Check, check, 1, 2. Alrighty, folks. Welcome in. Greetings. A Friday salutation to you all. I am very excited for today. After what we have endured the last 2 weeks with this game, I'm very excited for today. Let's see here. We need to bring the music down. And then we need to switch over. Let's do it. Welcome. Oh, this one is the one we want. Welcome to the new PlayStation 3. It looks the same as the old one from your perspective, but very different from me. Oh, sick. My audio thing just went crazy. Hopefully y'all can't hear that. That's crazy. It's probably coming through fine for you guys, actually. Let me put the music back on just in case, though. Hold on. I probably bumped it when I went back here. I just had to go back here a second ago. That is wild. I don't know what causes that. It's really crazy. So I have these analog speakers in my room that the game sound comes through for both TVs. And they are analog speakers. Which means that they oh, and the capture is also not loading. So we may not be passing the HDCP check here. Hold on. Let me do a test here. Okay, it's the capture card. I wonder if this has anything to do with the PS3 itself. Okay. That's one trouble shot. So HDCP is fine, but I gotta fix my my speakers. Again, I don't think y'all are hearing that. It's just for me. Try power cycling. Actually, maybe I'll power cycle this thing. Nope, that doesn't do it. Still doing it. What the heck? That's so crazy. Let me see if you guys can hear this. No, you guys can't hear this, thank God. But wait, are you hearing the music? Yeah, you guys are hearing the music. Okay. Let's try swapping the HDMI input on the TV, maybe? Okay, that's fine. How's it going, everybody? Teledar, Primus, welcome in. But then it comes right back. That's so crazy. But yeah, basically these speakers are analog, and I have to run them through an analog to digital converter. And I'm assuming this happens because of something to do with that, because it's not like a high quality ADC. So yeah, resetting the output settings doesn't fix it. It just comes right back. That's so weird. All right, let's try something else here. I want to see if... what would be the easiest way to do this? The Wii U, probably, would be the easiest way to do this. Okay, so hold on. I have to disable the capture here for a second. So you get to look at a lovely blue and yellow rectangle. And then if I turn on my Wii U, I go over here. Ah, okay. So it probably is a setting with the PS3. Something about the PS3 sound settings. Yeah. Because I can hear the Wii U just fine. Okay, so let's go back over here. Woo! Y'all might have heard that. Okay, so let's go to settings here. How about sound settings? Okay, yeah, we'll close the game. That's fine. We haven't loaded yet. Welcome to the Backlog, boys. Out of all the things that could have happened today, I didn't think this was going to be it. Let's see here. We want HDMI, manual. Ah, that's what it is. It's on Dolby. That's so stupid. I remember this now. So we have to uncheck the Dolby 5.1 because it'll try to default to the highest hierarchy one possible. So we got to uncheck that and make sure that it's just regular stereo, which is often referred to as linear PCM, which is what it is in the PS3. Okay, we should be good now. So far, so good. And I gotta remember to turn my Wii U off. Reorganizing your Lego collection and making room because you can't stop buying more. Oh no. Alright, let's mute this music. And then unmute the game. Make sure y'all are hearing that. Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, so let's get loaded in here. And then I gotta turn my Wii U off before we get into the recap, or I'll forget. Okay, I think we're good now. How we doing, everybody? Get this out of my ear so I don't have to listen to myself twice. But I'm glad it's there for checking. So if you weren't with us last week, or if you were, you know, maybe in and out, we're on a new PS3 this week. Entirely different console. I mean, it's still a PS3. Obviously, still a PS3, but it's an entirely different PS3. This PS3, right here, can't really see it because it's black on black, but this is the old PS3 right here. Still works, still functions just fine, unless you want to use the disk drive. The disk drive itself is not dead. I believe it is just a dirty laser. But with the amount of effort that it would take to open it and clean the laser, and then thinking about doing that, and then maybe possibly needing to do it again in the future, or having to open it again because the vacuum drive that pushes the disc in and out died, I decided to just buy an entirely different PS3. I bought a Super Slim. If you're not familiar, it's the third hardware revision of the PS3, and it just has a sliding top for the disc cover. There's no motorized action whatsoever in loading and unloading discs, so that can't die. It's purely mechanical. You can do it when the system's off. Kind of like how the PS2 Slim was just like a pop top instead of a motorized drive, but this one's not a pop top. You slide it. And then on top of that, because the disc drive is just right there and you plop the disc in, much like a GameCube or a PS1 or a Slim PS2, you can see the laser. The laser is just right there. So if your laser got dirty on this system, you could just clean it. And there's a very specific process to do that. You don't want to just go in there with like a Q-tip or heavy-handed alcohol or something on the laser. You got to be super, super careful when you clean a laser. But you don't have to disassemble the system to clean the laser. And because it's not trapped amongst all these other components, like it is in a Slim, it's a lot less likely to get dirty in the first place. So I decided that was ultimately worth it because these systems really aren't that expensive. This was $90 plus shipping, which was a very good deal. It's in good shape, and then obviously it's newer. When I was doing the system transfer last night, so what you have to do is you have to power up both systems, It's a good thing they sent me another controller, because I only have one PS3 controller. You power up both systems, and then there's actually a process built into the PS3 where you can connect them together with an Ethernet cable and send the data from one to the other. So all my like PSN stuff and my downloaded games and my save data, most importantly, traveled through the Ethernet cable from this PS3 to the new PS3. And it took like 2 hours. So I was up pretty late last night. I underestimated how long that was going to take. I should have started it way sooner. So I was up a lot later than I normally would be last night, because I had to wait for it to finish, and then also I wanted to make sure that it worked before I went to bed. You know, make sure that everything transferred safely, nothing was corrupted, make sure that I could boot this game and that my save file was there. And I was very happy that it was all... it was a pretty simple process, to be honest with you. Although I will say, in Sony's official instructions, there is one very crucial step that you need to perform on the systems that they do not tell you. And that is, you have to completely disable the network function on both systems, or it will not work. So like if you don't use a LAN cable for internet with your PS3 and you use Wi-Fi, because the PS3 has built-in Wi-Fi, and you know, if you're like me and you don't play online games, you're just going to use the Wi-Fi. Well, you have to disable the Wi-Fi before you try to do this Ethernet cable transfer process. And you wouldn't necessarily think so, but you got to go into your network settings and disable the internet connection and disable media server if you use media server, or if it's on for no reason, on both systems before the transfer will work. And it took me a while to figure that out, because I was following all the steps very meticulously, like I do, and it was just like giving me these error messages like, oh, the other system is either not powered on or the Ethernet cable's not connected. And I was trying different Ethernet cables and redoing the connection and connecting them in different orders. Nothing was working. Finally, I found like a Reddit thread where somebody got to the bottom of it, of course. So Sony needs that in their official instructions. It was not there. But we're all good. We're all good now. I'm happy. I wasn't happy having to like scramble and do this, but like thinking about long term, I'm very happy about this. Especially with how good the process went. I thought I was going to lose some of my downloaded games because they're not re-downloadable. But I got all those as well. And I thought everything was going to get deleted off of this system, and it didn't. So that's pretty cool too. So all of my downloaded non-re-downloadable games are now on the new system and the old system. So if I ever wanted like an X-Men arcade machine for some reason, this PS3 could be it. Or a Bomberman Ultra machine, because those are some of the few they're non-re-downloadable PSN games for one. So even if you've previously purchased them, if you delete them, you can't download them again. But then on top of that, they also support. I think X-Men Arcade supports 6 DualShocks, even though there's only 4 lights. The 5th player will be number 1 and number 3 at the same time, and the 6th player will be number 2 and number 4 at the same time, which is super awesome. So you can play X-Men Arcade with 6 controllers on a PS3, and then the Bomberman Ultra game supports 8 DualShocks, which is super, super cool. I can't remember how the 7 and 8 lights look, but it's a weird hidden function of the PS3 that not a lot of people know about. Yeah, exactly, Sen. Exactly. And maybe they do on newer firmware. Well, actually, no, because I had to update the firmware on both of them before I could start the process. That's one of the requirements. So I had the newest firmware. It's not like they thought of that later. But yeah, you're totally right. It should just disable, like, it has so many other, like, really, really thoughtful steps. It's like, hey, you're going to lose all your downloaded software. If you want to go download your software, here's what you need to do. And it has all these really great steps. It tells you what's going to transfer and what's not. It's very good. And then the next screen is like, hey, your trophies are not going to transfer. Go to PSN, sign in, and back up your trophies to the server. And then when you get to the new system, sign in with your PSN account and you can sync your trophies again, and it'll re-download all your trophies. And I was very thankful for both of those things, because I would have lost the trophies. I wasn't thinking about that. Not that I super care, but like, you know, if I can have them, I want to have them. So it's really weird that they were that thoughtful about all those little minutia, but not just, oh, we need to disable network function. Because the only way that you would not have to do anything with that is if you used an Ethernet cable with both systems, and you replaced that with, you know, the one that's connecting them together. Then it probably wouldn't matter. But if you had media server on, you wouldn't know to turn that off either. So, anyways, enough about that. We're here with the new PS3. I'm very happy. I've got my green shorts on today. I've got my green minty yerba mate. No weird tea today. We're rocking the yerba mate. I found a variety pack at Costco. And I've never seen them sell these before, so I had to go for it. And green seltzer. We're all green today. I'm excited. I'm feeling green. Oh, you know what? I need to put a bracelet on so that I don't static shock something, and we can do the green bracelet. Look at that. Matchy, matchy. All right, so I'm going to crack this yerba open, and we're going to do a recap from last week. It should be pretty quick because we didn't play... yeah, St. Patrick's was last week, loser. Oh man, that's good. It's so much sweeter than the mint weird tea. Holy crap. It's so much sugarier. It should be a pretty quick recap because we did not play for nearly as long last week because of the freezes. And then we switched over to Mario Party. Okay. March 15th. So, let's see here. Gretto, jazz, claves, viola, falsetto make their way through the Adagio swamp. So that was where we started last week. That was where we ended up after we got separated in the bridge collapse. And then we went to the Cantabile Inn, spent the night there. Nothing of note really happened there. And then we had a cutaway to Forte, the Count, specifically, not just the city, and we saw where he was notified that Tuba was dead. And I don't believe that Tuba's actually dead. I feel like he's probably going to come back, if I know RPGs. Maybe he won't, but I feel like he probably will show his face again in some way or another. But as far as the people of Castle Forte know, they're like, oh, you know, the assistant guy, I forget his name, he comes in and he tells the Count, Forte failed, he's dead. And Count Forte is, or wait, his name is Count Waltz, isn't it? I kept thinking that Forte was the name of the Count as well. His name's Count Waltz. Waltz is completely unabashed, doesn't feel anything for Tuba. He's kind of actually a little bit, like, contemptuous. He's like, oh, well, couldn't he have at least something before he died? You know? I don't remember exactly what he said. And then we have a scene with Viola and Jazz having a little conversation, and I don't know if I was reading too much into this, but it seemed like Viola and Jazz might have prior acquaintance. Like, Viola knows Jazz. Like, maybe she used to be a member of Andantino and then left to do her reclusive farmer life. I don't know. But there was a little bit of undertone there. I hope we come back to that. Maybe I was just reading too much into it. And then Gretto realizes that Tuba thought they were Andantino when we got there. When we first got to Castle Forte, we tried to walk right in the front door requesting an audience, and Tuba was there, and he was like, there they are, just like we thought they were going to be. And he slaps Beat across the face, which was wild. And then he fights us, and we're like, why are you fighting us? And then we get thrown in jail, and it wasn't until we met Andantino and spent some time with them that Gretto's finally like, oh, that's why that happened. So he was a little slow on the uptake there, but obviously we as the player had already figured that out. And then on top of that, Gretto also told Jazz, like, hey, somehow these guys knew that you were coming. They were expecting Andantino. And Jazz says, oh, well, I didn't tell anybody about this attack other than Falsetto and Claves. So now there's a little bit of suspicion amongst the trio that there could be a spy or something like that. And we even saw a scene where Jazz was a little bit, side-eye to... I can't remember if it was Falsetto or Claves. I'm still getting them mixed up. I have to think of them... I have to think of... I believe it's Claves that is the one that looks like lightning from Final Fantasy 13. But I might have them mixed up. And then we did finally get confirmation that Andantino comes from Andante. So that was nice that we have that association there. If you're going to cold storage your old PS3, you could install custom firmware down the line. There's an option to disable checks for functioning Bluetooth or Blu-ray drives. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Sen. It's totally functional, and I'm sure all it needs is to be opened up and have the laser cleaned, and probably, a couple of other little vents and fans and things like that cleaned as well. Although those weren't part of the issue. I'm pretty sure the part of the issue was just the laser itself. But the laser gets dirty because, dirt gets in the vents and the fans and gradually works its way further inward. So yeah, it's a fully functional PS3 other than an extremely, extremely spotty disk drive. So somebody with a minimal amount of know-how and motivation could get it back to full working order. Or you could dump some custom firmware on it and just use it as a purely digital machine, which would also be totally fine. So yeah, I might try to think of something fun to do with it. It could be fun to, I'm going to be working on a project of backing up my entire physical video game library. I have everything I need to back up the ROMs and saves of all of my cartridge games, SNES, 64, and Game Boy family. I guess I can't do DS games, but I'm not nearly as worried about those as far as like age goes. But all the really old stuff, I have the ability to legally dump the ROMs and the save files. And then obviously disc-based games are way easier to dump, and I want to back up every single game that I own, starting with the oldest stuff. And it would be cool, eventually, many years from now, when a lot of this stuff stops working, either from disk rot or chip rot or whatever, I want to have a digitized version of my library. I'll have my analog and Super NT with my, SNES flash cart in there, and a memory unit that has my whole collection of like all of my legal ROMs and save files in it. I could do that now, but I want to play them on the original OG stuff for as long as I can. And I want to do that with all my disc-based stuff too. So I'll get like an optical drive emulator for, my PS2 or maybe my PS3, and just put all my stuff on a, hacked PS3. 160 gigs would go a long way. And then this other PS3 is like, I think it's a 250, but I'm not going to mod this one, at least not for a long time. So yeah, we could end up doing something fun like that, putting like a big digital library on there. That'd be really fun. Yes, we are back, Mad Locust. We've got a new PS3. I got a new PS3 yesterday. I ordered it. I ordered it the Sunday after last week's stream. I ordered it on Sunday. It shipped on Monday, and it got here yesterday. And I did the whole setup and transfer and everything last night. Was up pretty late, but it was totally worth it. I'm very happy. But we're just in the middle of recap here. We haven't even played yet. I've been yapping. What's up, Draconix? A terabyte would be insane. I don't remember offhand how big PS2 games are gigabyte wise. I think they're only like 4 to 10, something like that for a DVD. I feel like a DVD maxes out at like 4 or 6 gigs or something like that. So could fit a lot of PS2 stuff on a PS3 hard drive if it was hacked, you know, and set up to play it. And PS1 games are super small. Those would be fine. I think a PS1 disc is like, God, like 100 megs or something like that. It's really small. Dual layer DVDs are 9 gigabytes. Okay, so my math was pretty good. It's about 4.5 for a regular. Yeah, that makes sense. Were there any PS2 games that were on dual layers? I know there were Wii games with dual layer discs because of my infamous experience with Brawl and Xenoblade. But there was only like 4 dual layer games on the Wii. I guess GameCube had them too. That's why Twin Snakes is such a problem. Twin Snakes is a dual layer mini disc. Anyways, let's get back to this recap here. Andantino is from Andante. We met 2 more score piece people that play music with us in Andante, but we got an F on both of them. We did find another score piece, so we have 2 now. But we failed miserably both times. And then I believe the place that we're in right now is called Woodblock. But I forget. It should say on the load screen, I believe. Let's see here. Come on. Come on. Oh, this is Lento. Lento. All I wrote down was, when we cross Woodblock, we will be in Andante. But I thought we were already in Andante. I don't know. I'm a little fuzzy on that. Yeah, we found a score piece in the storage room of Andante. Oh, we found 3 people who want to play music. Hungry Drum, Lonely Pitch, and Sullen Melody. Oh, we also heard a rumor that jazz and claves are an item, as in a relationship. So that was spicy. We also heard that Falsetto might be a little bit jealous. And it seems like Falsetto might be... Or at least us as the player are being pushed towards Falsetto possibly being the spy, more so than claves. But we'll see. That could be a red herring. Andante was originally the path to Lento Cemetery. That's where we are now. Woodblock was the Poison Marsh area. Thank you. I'm gonna forever have anxiety thinking about that Poison Marsh area because that's where the game kept freezing and dying, and it was a really annoying area. And then I believe on the other side of the cemetery where we're headed now is Simile Spring. It has special water for these simile flowers. We're gonna go through cemetery, Lento Cemetery to get there. And there's this flower that we're trying to restore back in Andante. Really, you got to come in here and do that, Nima? All right. I hope y'all enjoy chew time sounds as much as Nima does. With Gobi just standing over her. And there's one secret that we left behind in Andante. We have to examine a stone pillar. We forgot to poke around a little bit more for that. All right, now we can finally get started. Thank y'all for hanging around. Also, welcome in, Dickory Duggery. Nice to see ya. Let's play a Vigigame. So I don't remember exactly where we left off because we did stop on a freeze. Okay, there we go. 212. I think we were just about to go through... Okay, I think I remember. So what we have to do is we have to go through here and then wrap back around to an area that we've already been to. But only by going this way will we have the right flames in our inventory to get through. So we're going to go this way. God, running towards the camera in this game really messes with you. Because it's, like, you have no reaction time if there's an enemy there. Oh. Oh, okay, so okay. I see. We have to do this a little bit differently. We can't light that one from that side. So we've got to go in there, light the red and the blue in there, and then come back this way. It's probably good to go in that room anyways, because then I can get a better reminder of what it's going to look like when we get over there. So, that'll be good. Well, I'm glad you're glad to be here. I'm glad that you're glad. No, you. So, take these. I don't think I'm going to need them over there, but just in case. So we've got to leave that one. Purple one. But we might need to leave another one. So yeah, it's good that we're going this way. Yo, Yuan, welcome in. Hope you're doing well also. Need more tea. Okay, so dodge the encounters as best we can. Oh boy. We don't like fighting in this area because of the lack of light. Light is our secret to healing. Oh, okay. I had the two female members of Andantino mixed up. Claves is the one that looks like lightning. How can I remember that? That sound. Sounds like me waking up in the morning.
Chew on that.
You can't win if you think too much.
Got him with the long distance. That was totally accidentally. FF10 was revolutionary with their follow the corridor camera? Was it? Or are you being facetious? Oh, I did not even see that guy.
You better back off.
I actually kind of hated the camera in Final Fantasy X. What was that, falsetto?
Sky Divider! See the afterlife?
So weirdly, these guys are kind of useful because they give you a free light space. You're making a light jab. Okay. I honestly don't think that I would say that Final Fantasy X revolutionized anything except for the battle system. It made a lot of big sweeping changes, but I don't know if I would call any of them revolutionary. Other than the battle system. The battle system is pretty much undisputably god tier, regardless of what you want to say about the game. I don't go gaga for Final Fantasy X nearly as much as everybody else seems to. I didn't realize how many like die-hard Final Fantasy X fans there were in the world until I went on Twitch. I was like, man, people like this game. I did not know this. It's a strange phenomenon. Okay, so we're gonna have to come through there. Now, what's going on over here? Oh. Whoa. Because isn't there another door over this way? I thought there was two in here. Oh, man.
So, how about we go around?
I wonder if enemies ever run away from it.
Chew on that.
Like if you revisit a really early area.
Your end is near.
Alright, we need to heal.
Crumble.
No, 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 you dummy. Why did that happen? It like took a second for her ability to switch over.
Chew on that.
Dance away. Not bad.
Heal arrow.
That's not good. And then he's gonna immediately take it away.
That was perfect. I mustn't hesitate.
I was wondering if I had other party members with me right now. So I guess Jazz and Claves stayed behind in Andante. They pulled a Fred and Daphne, I guess. Well, I guess maybe I was wrong. And there's only one doorway in here, but what was I thinking then? What was I thinking? Let me check one more time. Woohoo! Almost walking into all these encounters. There's nothing over there. Whoa! Okay.
This isn't good. This really isn't good.
Because clearly there's a significance to... how did they get preemptive strike? Alright, I need that circle to not move.
Are you catching on yet?
Have a nice nap.
Bone crumble.
Oh, of course, as soon as it's her turn. So her turn just gets completely wasted. That sucks, man. Now Falsetto's dead.
Dance away. Your end is near.
Don't get mad at
Get
me.
out of here. I'm kind of mad at you. But mostly just mad at the design of this dungeon, making it really hard to heal. Alright, let's do some items real quick. Quick little cookie time. One for you. One for you. Alright, I need to... clearly I need to go back in here. Well, actually, hold on. There's something significant about the fact... Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Hold on. This is the wrong door. Because the green door connects with another one of the areas. And I was assuming that that was going to be the significance, is that there were two different ways to get into that particular area. But now I'm confused. So, is it this one down here that it connects to? Maybe it's this one that it connects to. This would make more sense. So you got a light red and blue to get in here, and then I think the green path allows us to get into the back of this one, but we need that purple one to be open. Okay.
Don't get cocky.
Trust me, I won't.
away! Your end is near.
Heal arrow. There. Thank you.
Okay, we gotta heal. Huzzah. Ah, too early. God, they're so fast. It's crazy.
Chew on that.
Falsetto's good though. She's very strong.
That's away! Not bad.
What? What was that? Why did it zoom in on that one punch? That was so weird. And how is she punching when there's no nearby enemies? I don't understand. She should automatically default to the bow attack.
That was perfect.
That keeps happening. Okay. We're gonna open this one. Okay. Now, this is the one that connects to the green. So why would... the more I think about it, the more my logic is falling apart. Because there's a save point there. There's nothing over here. And then there's a blue. Blue right there. But we would have had blue. I don't know. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now I remember. Now I remember. Wait. I'm so confused. Okay. I gotta go back this way again. Undo my two purple ones. Go back through the green fog. Open that blue one and remind myself what is behind it. I think I'm going to be vindicated here, but not until I can see what's behind that blue, that single blue. Because I want to say we needed the green again, but if we needed the green again, then the green wouldn't need to exist at all.
This
Right?
isn't good. This really isn't good.
God, they got a back attack again. Okay, good dodges. Absolutely pummeled, though. Oh, what is that?
Chew on that.
Give him some kind of status.
That's away! Your end is near.
You're dead, dude. You're so dead. Get out of
That was a
here.
good fight.
Okay. No. No more battles. Please. Please. Okay. I'm sorry if you guys know the solution to this and you're just screaming. Just bear with me. What do you smell out there, Neem? Hmm? Trying to figure out if it's gonna rain again? Hey, Nalani, thank you so much. My memory's too fuzzy from last week on what we were trying to achieve here. So we got the green one. We've got the blue one that we need to go through here. But what was behind? Oh, what? The boss? There's just a boss there waiting for me? Why didn't... I don't know what happened. I don't know how I got here and I didn't have a blue. You hated Moxie! Let's go! Team Anti-Moxie, welcome aboard. Moxie sucks, man. It's not good. It's real bad. I don't know how they're selling that. It's like... I don't even know how that could be an acquired taste. It tasted like the seat of an old truck, to the best of my memory. Well, hello there. Oh, I probably should have healed, huh? I also didn't actually save just then, I'm pretty sure.
Come on, let's go. Show me what you've got.
This looks like a boss where it'd be really good to have some kind of like buff or debuff. And we don't have it. Oh, he's got little minions. Didn't even see them. We kind of like that they're here because they give us free light. I'm gonna spam healing here.
Heal arrow. There, how's that?
This is kind of our go-to boss strategy. I don't know what this guy's capable of yet, but we walked into the battle with not a lot of health, so... These guys are fast, but not as powerful as the boss, most likely.
See the afterlife?
Were there people around when you tasted Moxie, Nalani, that were like hoping that you would like it?
Heal arrow. There.
And then they were disappointed? Or you had to like pretend that you like kind of enjoyed it or that it was interesting? Or were you alone and you could just properly repulse? Didn't even get a chance to block that. Holy crap. Alright, this is not good.
Your end is near.
That was good damage. Holy crap. Why am I not giving the option to block here? Why can't I move? What? That was dumb. What was happening there? Alright, we probably do need to get rid of these little guys. They're ganging up on Viola, and they're doing a lot of damage. So let's come over here.
Have a nice nap.
Hang on, Viola. Okay, I think we're okay.
Chew on that.
Holy moly. Okay, so I'm just like stunned or something. And I only...
How's that?
Jesus. Alright, these guys have got to go. Okay. Whew. Alright, hopefully he aggroes to falsetto here. Oh, great, of course. Oh! My goodness. Wait, where? Oh, he re-summoned one of those guys, of course.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, She can use items if she's stunned. That's good to know. Why are your legs so short?
Chew on that.
I don't have anything that heals status, so I don't know what to do about this guy. Man, that's a strong attack. Dang it. Keep accidentally pressing L2 and changing the camera angle when I don't want to. Oh my god.
Willow strike. Chew on that.
Oh, he tries to fake you out. That's funny. Attacks behind himself with the no look.
Your end is near.
Okay, that status is finally gone off of Viola. That's good. You gotta get right up in this guy's booty to actually hit him.
Chew on that.
Alright, now we're gonna go way far away. It's okay that we didn't get to attack. We need to spread out our aggro.
Chance.
Oh, that was nice. That was nice. Good job, Greto.
Your end is near.
Oh, he's hunching. He's doing the hunchy. We got him down into the low.
Chew on that.
Oh, he's on the run. He's running. We got a runner. Oh, God. He just did so much damage.
Bone crumble.
No. No, Viola.
Sun slash.
Oh, God. That is not good.
Phantom wave. Your end is near.
Wrong button. Oh, God. Dude, wrong button has gotten me so many bad things in this game, but especially this battle today.
Phantom wave.
Trying to, like,
Stomach drop.
manage my items while I'm attacking, and I'm just having some crazy fat finger moments.
Heal arrow. There. How's that? I'm just getting started.
No. 3,600 damage. What is that, dude?
There.
Not over yet.
Oh my God.
Bone crumble.
Oh my God, dude. This is so embarrassing.
Phantom wave. Did your stomach drop?
This is nothing.
Okay.
Okay. Spread out a little bit. Dude, that attack is nuts. That's a crazy amount of HP. What am I doing? Oh, and now he has that status too? Great.
Snow claw.
Really? Really? Okay. Nice. There's nothing I can do about this. It just steals like a certain amount of my
Phantom wave.
gauge.
Not bad.
I'm serious. Heal arrow.
Okay, that was what I wanted.
Okay.
Thanks for the help.
I don't even know if, like, mashing gets me out of this sooner. Doesn't seem like it.
Sky Divider. See the afterlife?
That was surprisingly productive. That was very lucky. Okay, come on. Come on.
Willow strike. Chew on that. Heal arrow.
And these little light circles are
Thanks for the help.
a crazy difficulty barrier right now.
Phantom wave. that.
Alright, brought back another friend. That's fine. I'd rather him do that than heal himself. Can't really see what I'm doing.
Chew on that.
Come on. And you get punished for mashing. Okay, God, he's dead.
You're not
Thank
gonna
goodness.
beat me.
Whew. Halo Killer, Broken Quest. Eagle Boy, welcome in. You described it as starts out like a pseudo Mr. Pibb and then morphs into a black licorice mixed with dust and double bubble bubblegum. No one hoping, but you did try it in front of folks. Oh, that's funny. Indian basil seed drink. Tasty but weird in texture. I am not familiar with what basil seeds are like. Does it taste like basil? I don't know what to expect there. Welcome in, everybody. Sorry, that was a frustrating battle because I was
Very nice.
wrong buttoning all over the place.
That feels good.
But yes, we are back again, Eagle Boy. Back again with
Not
a
bad.
slightly shinier, slightly newer PS3 and a fresh outlook. It was pineapple flavored.
Looks like we won.
Interesting.
You know, we did kind of just barge in here all of a sudden.
That's a healthy
Now that I
perspective.
think about it, it may just have been protecting the graveyard against intruders.
Yeah, exactly. We're the bad guys. We're the intruders here.
Well, I'd feel kind of bad about that then.
Maybe we should have had this conversation before we
Don't worry. The
eviscerated
spring variant
it.
is a spirit, so even if it's gone temporarily, it'll go back to normal soon.
Oh, okay. Is that how it
Come
works?
on, let's get the simile water and start heading back.
If you beat up a ghost, they just leave for a while. They're not gone for good. Meanwhile,
What is it, Jazz? It seems like you have something on your mind.
Claves, what do you think of falsetto?
Huh? What do you mean?
We have an information leak on our hands. There's a spy within our ranks, and I think that it may very well be falsetto.
so now we know for sure who he
What?
suspects.
You don't think she's been acting strange lately? She's being oddly combative. Especially toward you. Think about it. She never used to be like that.
Or is it just because she crushing?
Well, it could be that falsetto is just jealous of us.
There we go.
I sincerely hope that's all it is. Even so, there is definitely something she's hiding from me. I've known her since childhood, so we can tell almost everything about each other.
Interesting. We didn't know that.
Everything. Hold on. If there's a spy among us, wouldn't the guards have been watching the dungeon? Remember, our plan was to infiltrate the dungeon directly through the secret passage.
Yes, that is true.
It's a decent point.
It must have been a coincidence. I can't believe Falsetto is a spy.
Yes, you're right. Thanks, Claves.
All I can hear when Claves talks
That's a
is
relief.
Ava
I was just
Heinemann.
about to lose my faith in falsetto. It sure is taking them a long time. You think I should go to Andante and get them?
Wait, where are they right now?
Yes, that's a good idea.
Oh! She's the spy. Dang. Oh, they're at that Cantabile Inn.
Guess it's nothing.
Huh?
You fool. The information you provided us was very valuable.
You got
But
stomach
I
ache?
was ordered to kill you if your identity was revealed. Don't take it personally.
I know you. You're Rondo.
Falsetto has suspected you for some time now. I suppose sooner or later, they were bound to find out.
Wait, what?
You had the perfect opportunity to frame her as a spy, and you let it slip away. That failure cannot go unpunished.
Did she get stabbed or is she just tummy hurt?
I already knew that Falsetto suspected it was me.
Okay.
Ah, Claves, why do you always need things repeated? Well, they do taste good in soup. I don't know about that. I seriously doubt he'll be tackling on Dantino anytime soon.
Okay.
It's boring when things always go according to plan. It's nice to have things shaken up every once in a while. It's okay with you, isn't it, Claves?
Okay. I'm glad I understand why they're
A
re-showing
lifetime to
these
build,
scenes.
But it only takes a moment to destroy. You know, human beings really are masters of destruction. Everything we do has some effect on the environment. And ultimately, that ends up affecting human society as well.
Waltz really made a mistake when he chose me for this mission. Because I went and fell in love with the target. I guess I'm a failure as a spy. But more than that, I'm an idiot too. Why did I say those things to him? Well, it could be that Falsetto is just jealous of us.
I sincerely hope that's all it is. Even so, there is definitely something she's hiding from me. I've known her since childhood, so we can tell almost everything about each other.
Everything. When he was saying that he and Falsetto knew everything about each other, I felt so... The truth is, I guess I'm the one who was jealous of them. As a woman, I just didn't want to lose to Falsetto. I wanted to fight for him fairly and have him choose me. What a joke. A fair fight? That's the last thing anyone would expect from someone as deceitful as me. And yet, after all that I've done... Hold on. If there's a spy among us, wouldn't the guards have been watching the dungeon? Remember, our plan was to infiltrate the dungeon directly through the secret passage.
That is a good point, though. Why were they at the front?
I even surprised myself when I said it. I can't believe I didn't take advantage of my chance to frame Falsetto. Maybe Rondo was right. If I had just made her out to be the spy, my job and my love life would have been easy. But it's strange. I don't regret it at all. For once, it actually felt like we were on equal footing.
Yes, that is true.
It must have been a coincidence. I can't believe Falsetto is a spy.
Yes, you're right. Thanks, Claves. That's a relief. I was just about to lose my faith in falsetto.
What is she jealous about? She was about to make him just turn on a dime.
Well, ultimately, I guess I lose both in work.
Yeah, she is doing like the old-timey Wild West death. Doing a whole soliloquy.
I wish I had grown up with jazz. Then, just maybe I would have led a life better than the one I did.
If you grew... Well, okay, maybe that's true. But he would have friend-zoned you if you grew up
Truly
together.
falsetto.
What? Okay.
This will be my final gift to both of them. Now go. Fly. But your destination isn't Forte anymore.
Does she know this bird?
It's Baroque.
How did that bird know to come over there? I guess the implication is that she was just bleeding out, but there's no blood in this game. Kind of confusing.
It's done. I had to do at least one good deed in the end, or else
Die already!
the Valkyries would never come for me.
The Valkyries.
I wonder if they'll ever figure out who the spy was. That it was me. Yes, I'm sure Falsetto will tell them.
So wait, is Falsetto also a spy?
Or was it all just some kind of illusion? Everything I've ever done has always just been an act. But at least, at the end, I want to be the real me. I truly loved you.
Oh, now we get one of these. It's been a while. Okay, I'm gonna read this. Welcome in, Kiki. Welcome in 1.0. This is like one of the big Chopin compositions that a lot of people know. Fantasy Impromptu. This is a beautifully flowing melody in C-sharp minor, composed around 1835. Despite the beauty and fantasy that is true to its name, Chopin did not intend to release this piece to the public. In fact, it's possible that he had asked his friend Julian Fontana to burn the score after his death. Whoa. Oh yeah, I'll explain more after this scene, 1.0. It is said that the reason for this was that it resembled Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Interesting. I mean, same key. Sort of similar vibes, I guess, but this is much more flowery and whimsical than Moonlight Sonata. Chopin might have been aware of that fact and refrained from publishing the piece to avoid such criticism. But yeah, I guess if you were like hypercritical of yourself. It's interesting how you like can't stop yourself from writing something that's similar to something else and being aware of it, but then you're like, okay, I made this thing. I couldn't stop myself from making it, but now I just have to like keep it secret. 6 years after Chopin's death, it was published by Julian Fontana as Opus 66. Interesting. I didn't know this one was published posthumously. It's not uncommon, I just didn't know that. This must have been very difficult for Fontana. He probably spent a great deal of time debating whether it was best to just respect the wishes of his friend. Or if it was really right for him to keep this masterpiece from the rest of the world. In any case, the world should be grateful for Fontana's decision. If he had not published that score, future generations would never have been able to immerse themselves in this wonderful world of fantasy. There might have been other compositions that were threatened with destruction like this one. Though Chopin's request might have seemed reasonable at the time, it is extremely fortunate that pieces like Fantasy Impromptu were spared. That was a very, very different story than we got in the first one of those. Or a very different kind of story. I'll reflect on that after we get back to gameplay. Beat! He's okay. We're in a snowy place.
Oh, Polka! There you are! I've been looking all over the place for you, you know.
Okay, Polka's alive.
Oh, hi, Beat. I'm sorry about that.
Hey, are you thinking about Reto and the others? You don't have to worry about them. I'm sure they're all okay. Besides, Reto's not the type to croak from just falling off a bridge.
You
What
have
does
a
that
point
mean?
there. I'm sure you're right.
You have a
Thank
point
you,
there.
Beat.
She apparently understood that.
Still, we were pretty lucky back there, don't you think?
If we hadn't been picked up by that Baroque ship, I don't know what would have happened.
Oh, they're in Baroque. Interesting. Okay.
Thank you so much for helping us like this.
Don't mention it. It was nothing.
Cam!
Is there
Again!
any way we can repay you? You did save our lives.
Yeah, you've already done so much for us. Is there anything we can do to help out? This little squirt here can wash dishes for you or something.
Hey, no fair! You can't start calling me Little Squirt just because my hat washed away.
I love salsa.
At least it sounds like you're all in good spirits, but I'm afraid there's nothing you could help with. Really, you should probably all just get some rest. Oh, and allow me to introduce myself. My name is Crescendo. I suppose you could say I'm the captain of this ship.
Huh? Crescendo? Gee, that's kind of a tough name to say. Couldn't we call you something else? Something easier to say?
Please, don't be silly. Besides, I thought you said you were good at remembering people's names.
I must say, you're very young to be the captain of a ship.
You're a captain?
You think it sounds like Matt Mercer? That's a big compliment to Matt Mercer.
Doesn't even have a hook or an eye patch. There's no way he's a real captain.
That sound. There's no way.
I'm sorry, Captain. I apologize for her rudeness. Hey, maybe I'll just call you Captain for now. I could remember your name, no problem, but you need to show respect to the ship's captain.
Feel free to call me whatever you'd like, really.
Well, Captain Crescendo, thank you for your kindness. I think we'll get some rest.
Cam Clark is voice acting royalty, Kiki. One of the all-time GOATs. I guess that's redundant to say. But, you know what I mean. Look at that thing. Is that a Christmas tree? Is it Crimbus in here? Is it Crimbus all the time because it's a snowy place?
When the others are all right. I think I'll go outside. Maybe some fresh air will cheer me up.
Okay. Back to gameplay. Finish writing something here. Okay, so first off, the Chopin scene. That was a really interesting story. So basically, Chopin wrote Fantasy Impromptu, probably late in life. And then when he knew that he was dying, he told a friend, hey, keep this piece of music, but don't release it. You know, or maybe he just showed it to him. I don't know. But then, I guess after a certain amount of time, he decided to go against his quote-unquote dying wish and eventually released the piece of music. And now it's like a super famous, well-known, amazing piece of music. So I guess, you know, the little message of the whole thing was, you know, sometimes we have to go against our friends' wishes, or what might we lose out on by, you know, keeping secrets, perhaps, is another message that you're trying to put in there. But that's what I was thinking. That was one of the things I was thinking about during that story was like, you know, it in that time period, you know, like the mid 1800s, it would have been so easy for something to get lost, you know, like a piece of music, for example. Like now, music exists in so many forms. Like, not stylistically, but like the medium that it can pass through. You know, like you can have music written down on paper, like sheet music. You could have a sound recording, and that sound recording could be on a CD. It could be on a record. It could be on a tape. It could be a file on a computer. You know, it could be in all these like streaming services, and it could exist digitally in all these different places and be accessible. So that, like, you know, somehow Spotify's servers exploded and none of those files existed locally in their servers anymore, you'd still be able to go find that same music file on, you know, Bandcamp or iTunes or whatever, you know? But like that piece of music that Chopin wrote in the mid 1800s was literally just on a piece of paper, you know, like, and, you know, in his head and in his fingers. But if he wrote it on the piano and wrote the sheet music out, like, that's it. you know? So he dies, all that's left is the piece of paper. So, like, you know, we talk a lot about lost media. And there's, like, you know, TV shows that air on TV, and then those master, you know, recordings are on, like, a big reel-to-reel tape, like an old film, you know, in some cabinet somewhere, and the film degrades, and nobody ever digitized it or restored it, you know? And then it's like, that's gone, you know? Unless somebody, like, watched it on TV and recorded it with their VCR, that show could be just entirely gone because the masters are dead and nobody recorded it, you know? Or like a shareware program that used to be hosted on some website, and then the website goes down, and the only versions of that shareware program that exist now are like on people's hard drives, and you have to find somebody who has that program and get them to like upload it to some other peer-to-peer server so people can duplicate it a whole bunch of times. But like, it's just crazy to think that like this prolific genius composer could write a piece of paper down, or write a amazing, brilliant piece of music on a piece of paper, and then just like it's sitting on their piano, you know, and then that person dies, and, you know, their estate gets sold or whatever, and maybe they have some family members come through and take some things, and nobody thinks anything of, you know, a couple pieces of paper could so easily just be like missed or accidentally destroyed or mixed in with something else and like never seen. And it's just crazy to think, you know, that guy, his friend, could have chosen, well, you know what, like, I really respect my friend, those were his wishes, you know, I'll just keep this safe as a memento of him. And then what happens to that guy, you know? Like, maybe his house burns down, and then poof, Fantasy Impromptu no longer exists, no longer can manifest, completely gone, no way to recover it, like absolutely zero recourse, you know? And you wouldn't even know. Like, maybe his family doesn't even know that he has this piece of unreleased Chopin music, you know? And they can't even mourn its loss. So you imagine, like, how many other times did that happen and we don't know? You know? Like, how many times did Beethoven or Chopin or whoever write something amazing, but they didn't think it was good enough and they threw it out, you know? Whereas, like, nowadays, you know, we hear, like, demo tapes from, like, the Beatles, you know? Like, there's all these things that, like, Pink Floyd will record, and they're like, this isn't good enough for the album, you know? And it just goes somewhere. But it's often not completely lost, you know? Years and years later, it gets dug up and somebody re-releases it. But, like, that couldn't have ever happened with stuff like, you know, 19th century classical music or anything before that. You know, it's just gone, completely gone. And that was just kind of blowing my mind a little bit as I was listening to that story. Because obviously, like, I understand that, and I'm sure you all understand that. Like, yeah, I get it. You know, no computers, no distribution. Like, yeah, it makes sense. But, like, just the magnitude of that, like, we think of things as being really fleeting and impermanent now, but like 150 years ago, 180 years ago, it was like exponentially more impermanent. Really, really wild to think about. Just kind of like applying that to everything, you know? Like, we have like a nice meal, right? Like, you go out with your friends, maybe to a restaurant, or like a special home-cooked meal for an occasion or whatever, and you take a little picture of that meal, you know, before you dig in, you know, and it's a great meal, you loved it, you think about it, and you can go pull up that picture and you can look at that meal again, you know, and even if the meal never gets cooked again, you have a way to kind of like re-trigger that memory. Maybe you can smell it again, maybe you can taste it again. But in 1835, if somebody cooked you the best meal of your life, you don't really have an easy way to dig up that memory, you know? Everything was so impermanent. Those were the kinds of thoughts that were flying through my mind during that story. Okay, we need to do an ad break. So I'm just going to do that now before we get back into gameplay. Y'all can just enjoy this song without me yapping for 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. If you get hit with the ads, thank you for sitting through it. You're not going to miss any gameplay. We want to make sure that when people come in to the stream, they don't get slapped in the face with a big pack of ads. So we run them every hour to ensure that. Thanks for being here. I'll be right back. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sitting through any ads that you might have got hit with. Appreciate that. Alpha Shard, how's it going in? Or how's it going? Welcome in. Yes, 1.0 to finally get back to you if you're still even here. As far as I know, with the Slim, which is right here, by the way. Here's the old PS3. Can't really see it, black on black. I'm pretty sure it's just a dirty laser, based on the behavior and everything that I read from other people's anecdotes. I think it's just a dirty laser, but the amount of effort that it takes to open that thing up and clean the laser is a lot. I would have to order a special tool that I don't own in order to do it. And I also would need to buy some special Chemtech wipes to properly clean the laser, because I'm not going to use a Q-tip on a optical laser like that. You're not supposed to do that. So that kind of seemed like a small nightmare. And then on top of that, because the Slim also has the vacuum drive, I'm just imagining, oh, well, someday that little motor that spits the disc in and out is going to die. And then that's another time you got to open up the PS3 and like try to replace that motor. And then when I think of the Super Slim, it's like, well, the Super Slim isn't going to have either of those problems. There's no vacuum drive, so there's no motor that can die. You just have a purely mechanical flip top. And then the laser is right inside the disc tray, easily accessible. So if you ever needed to clean it, you could just, boop, right there, you know? And as I was saying earlier, on top of that, because the laser isn't like deep in the bowels of the system itself, it's a lot less likely to get dirty to begin with on the Super Slim. So yeah, that too, one dot. Yeah, like the replacement drive for the Slim is going to be pretty hard to find. You know, if you're trying to replace that motor, that's going to be a nightmare. You're going to have to like find something that's similar and uses like the same voltage, and then, you know, unsolder the old power supply or whatever, and then solder in the new one and like re-lubricate it and all this stuff. Like, that's a huge project. So I just paid $90 for a new PS3. And this one will be way easier to do maintenance to down the line, should it need it. So yeah, $90 plus shipping. Really not a big deal in my standing. Like, I mean, that's not like nothing. It's not nothing. It's still a decent chunk of money, but it's not, you know, 300. It's not 500. And for the problem to be resolved so quickly, you know, like to be back in action within a week is great. Because the free option would have taken probably a month and a lot more stress. What I just described with the vacuum drive is making you want to go digital. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of good reasons to go digital. Like, especially if you eliminate DRM from the equation, you know? Like, and you're just using like digital copies of your own games, and you don't have them like hosted in some kind of like storefront or whatever, so that they can't just be like magically taken away from you. That's super convenient. You know, optical drive emulators have gotten really, really good and consistent. There's a lot of availability. I bought it from eBay 1.0. I just went on, I'm a big eBay person. I like using eBay. It's pretty easy to check like sellers' track records to make sure that they're reputable. You can reach out to people and ask for more pictures if their pictures are insufficient, or you can ask questions just to kind of get like a read on them, you know, to see like if you trust the sale or whatever it is. And there's really, really good buyer protection. Like, there's basically no seller protection on eBay. It's all buyer protection. So everything is on your side. You know, you can see if a seller accepts returns or not, which isn't necessarily a red flag, but could be. You know, and sometimes with something like a console, you might want to watch out for free shipping because you want to make sure that it's packed really well. So a lot of times I'll look for sellers that have a specific note about how they're going to pack the item, or you can send them a message and just say, hey, how are you going to pack this? You know? If they're a good quality seller, they're not going to be offended by that question. So those aspects of eBay I really like, because you can just directly interact with the seller to ask kind of stuff like that. And it's like a vibe check. So, you know, if you start asking them questions about the item, you're like, hey, in this one picture, I can't really tell, you know, what the underside of the disc looks like. There's a little bit of a glare, or the camera's a little out of focus. Would you mind sending another photo? If they get pissed off because you're asking them that question, maybe you don't want to buy from them, you know? But if they're like, oh yeah, sure, and they send you another photo and they're really nice about it, and you can see, you know, it's like, oh hey, you know, and you're kind of like building a relationship with somebody. Maybe you check out the rest of their storefront, see if they have anything else that you're interested in. Maybe you know, I don't know. I like those aspects of eBay a lot. You can learn a lot about who you're buying from with a lot of these little tools and interactions. Flozax, welcome in. Howdy to you. Luca, welcome in. Howdy to you. Yes, the artists are converging upon us. There's a brick and mortar in your area, but it's for 200. Oh, for a PS3? I see. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't suspect... I mean, obviously there's huge advantages to that. You know, like if you go to a brick and mortar store and buy something like a PS3, you could really just get in there. You could look at the laser under a magnifying glass, and you could test it out and play something on it before you even buy it, you know, and do the whole vibe check with the store and all that kind of stuff. So that's great. That's great too. But, you know, if the convenience markup is 150%, maybe not. All right, let's play. So we don't know. I actually don't know if we are in Baroque, because I'm pretty sure we're on a ship, but we might not be on a ship. We got picked up by a captain of a ship, but I'm assuming the way these lights are swaying, that's supposed to indicate that we're on a ship. Look at these weird bubble tubes. What does this remind me of? This makes it feel like we're in like the Wonka factory or something. And then there's a Christmas tree in the corner. Like, what is the vibe here? Very strange. Oh, hello, Puffy Pants Man. You must be exhausted. Would you like to rest? No, I just came out of my room. Well, there's a snow globe right in the middle of the room. What if everywhere that it was snowy, it was just always Christmas time? That would really suck. Both for the people that lived there and for anyone visiting. Oh yeah, it is like an aerator for an aquarium. You're right. Is that a tapestry of a snowflake? That seems silly. Wow, look at these stairs. Are you feeling all right? It was certainly a surprise when we found you. You'd have been in trouble if you drifted out toward the ocean still clinging to that wood. After dark, the temperature falls and beasts increase in number. It was very fortunate we came by when we did. Okay, so we must have, like, washed up on shore, maybe? Floating on a piece of the bridge wood? Yeah, I love Christmas too. It's probably my favorite holiday, but if it was perpetual, that would quickly flip. It's dark out there, so watch your step when you're on deck. Oh, a snowman, how cute. Look at him hanging out by his little light pole and igloo. What's he gonna do with that igloo, though? What does a snowman think of an igloo? What does a snowman think of snow? You know, does he feel like he's walking around on flesh? Does it feel like, does he perceive it as if it's raining flesh? Or is it more just like a life-giving force? Ooh. Look at this. What a colorful boat. It looks like one of those oil paint jobs on like a car. Except it looks cool. Baroque ship. Okay. It's very Titanic vibes right now. With the snow at night. I'm sorry, the bridge is currently off limits to unauthorized personnel. The captain has kindly allowed me to conduct business aboard his ship. Oh, we've got ourselves a shop. Nice. And it just so happens that I sell weapons for you specific 3 kind of people. Hoolurge? A Hoolurge gun. What the heck is that? Hoolurge. A famous traveler's umbrella. Interesting. Magic goes down by some sort of amount. How much money do we have right now? Quite a bit. So we'll probably just buy these 2. We'll definitely buy the gun. Go ahead and just buy that. And then let's see here. We've got a leather jacket. That's an upgrade for everybody. But sparkling clothes. Oh, prevents enemies' critical hit? Holy crap, that's huge! Preventing critical hits altogether? See, the only problem with this is it's gonna just immediately be outclassed. Like, it already is. This is already 7 points better. And everybody can wear it except for Frederick. So we're gonna want 3 of those. But wow, preventing enemies from being able to crit is pretty wild. Pretty wild. Well, we'll buy 1 for Frederick, I guess. I have no photos. And then, do we need to buy any of this stuff? Oh, floral extract. That's new. 70%. What's the other one called? Flower extract? Or floral powder. Floral powder is 50%. Okay. What's up? What's up, Gooby? How you doing, dude? You had some soy curls in your lunch. Interesting. I had some like vegan fake cheesy snacks earlier this week. They were little mustaches. They were pretty good tasting, but they were super crunchy. They were really hard. Heal air body, darkness body, shining body. What is air body? We know what shining body and darkness body are. Single HP and air body. Huh. What does that do? Is that in the manual? Let's see. We'll try battle basics here. Here we go. Okay. Shining body gives off a light. You can only use light special attacks. Darkness body is the opposite. Air body. Your shadow will no longer affect those around you. Wait. Shadows are a thing in this game? I didn't even realize that. Holy crap. That's crazy. Okay, stop is the status we had in that last boss battle. You can't move for the first 2 seconds of your turn. Use the left stick to recover more quickly. Okay, so don't mash, just move the stick. Burst is glass cannon mode. Passive, you cannot perform counterattacks. This status does not heal with time. Oh my god, that sounds awful. Slow, movement speed cut in half. Regenerate. We know what that is. Okay, so air body just makes it so that if you're standing in someone's shadow, you're not in the dark. Which we didn't even know was a thing. And I guess there's counterattacking in this game, spoilers, but I don't think we have access to that yet. We can only block. So maybe that's like something that we get at the next battle level. Unless I just haven't been paying attention. I'll have to look out for it the next time we get in a battle. vegan chat. I had a couple of vegan snacks this week, actually. So where does this go then? This is an entirely different hallway? Oh, okay, cool. A miniature fountain. I'm glad to see that none of you have major injuries. On board a ship like this, we don't really have extensive medical supplies, so I was rather nervous. I'm really relieved. I'm just glad you're all safe and sound. I've just remembered that I need to talk to everybody twice. Massive bag of ground venison. Whoa. But you're on a vegan streak. That's cool. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm not vegan or vegetarian. I just like experimenting, and I do think it's good to limit your consumption of animal products. Slightest mistake can lead to an accident. As long as we're on this ship, we cannot afford any carelessness. Ship status normal. Nothing to report. And I don't think it's necessary or good to limit your animal consumption for like health reasons. I think it's totally normal to consume animals, but it's definitely not normal to consume only animals. It's more so just that animal agriculture is really, really stressful on the planet, and it is way out of control. So we really need to reduce animal agriculture, like, as a species. Wow, it's snowing. How beautiful. I wonder what castle that is. Maybe it's Castle Baroque. Maybe that's where we're going. Where's this ship from anyway? I mean, look at this. A soft bed and a big room? It's like a hotel. The worn-out fishing boats in Retardando are nothing like this. Is Salsa asleep already? The movement of the ship doesn't bother her at all, huh? Oh, so Beat is seasick, maybe. Has Beat never been on a boat? Oh, your husband is allergic to cow. Interesting. Any kind of meat, beef, or dairy. So you don't have that a lot around. Interesting. I wonder why it's so hard to resist looking inside these barrels. That's a very good question, Polka. I can't answer that for you. Right, I'm just going to go around and talk to everybody again on this side because I forgot to talk to them twice. Okay, that guy only says one thing. There's like weird Polar Express vibes here too. Alright, I'm assuming the story trigger is to walk over to where Frederick is, so I'm going to try to walk to everything else. The drawing room. It's full of liquor. I feel dizzy just smelling it. Look at this boat model. That looks pretty fancy. I'm guessing that's a model of this boat. And then there's a photo on the wall that looks like it's a photo of, like, a very similar room. That's really weird. That's a window. This is a door. Another drawing room, but a different one. Look at all the different colors. How fun. Yeah, what is this? This is like a little bubble framed bubble thing with different colors in there. Is this a model of the ship we're on? It does seem weird to have a model of a ship on a ship, especially if it's a model of the same ship that you're on. You mostly cut out beef, pork, chicken. Oh, you've mostly cut out beef and pork, chicken, fish, etc. are still nice. Gotcha. If I gaze into the river at night, I start to feel like I'm sinking into its depths. Who awaits in that deep darkness? What is drawing me to it? The waves ripple in the gently flowing wind. Will this steady melody that beats upon the ship guide me to the kingdom of darkness? Wow, this guy's just working on his poetry over here. Are you getting hungry? If you'd like, I'll make you my famous hungry sailor rice. You have to have strength to make it as a crew member. You should eat up too and build up a muscular body that can stand up to the rough waves. I want some hungry sailor rice. Enterprise D had models of the previous Enterprises. That's kind of cool.
So the world is all just Frederick's dream. Good evening, Frederick. I see you haven't woken up from your dream yet.
Oh, hello, Polka. Are you having trouble sleeping?
Yes. I'm still worried about the others.
Polka, there was something I said to you before. About the way everything in the world slowly fades away, gradually losing its color. But since I've come to this place, I've begun to feel as if that is somehow being reversed.
What do you mean?
Well, compared to when I first came to this world, now when I look around, I feel as if everything in the world is becoming more vivid, more clear. Could this be the proof I sought? Is this world, which must be a dream, somehow becoming more real? Or does it only prove that I myself am slipping away, fading even faster than the world around me? For example, I find myself wondering about whether the others are all right. Not long ago, I wouldn't have cared what happened to them. Why should I when none of this is actually happening? But now, I'm genuinely concerned. I don't know why, but I feel a strong sense of solidarity, a connection with the people of this world.
Well, I think that's a perfectly normal way for you to feel. After all, it's only natural to worry about people you've spent time with and grown to care about.
You know, before I had this illness, everything around me seemed so dull and ordinary. But since I found out my life would soon be over, even little things seem to shine with an inner light. Like the sound of wood crackling in a fireplace, the smell of a campfire, leaves slowly floating down a stream, the gentle sound of falling snow. Now that I think about it, I probably only feel that way because I am approaching death myself and have begun to fade more rapidly. Just as Amelia did.
Amelia?
My sister. She was only 14 when she was struck down by tuberculosis, the exact age you are now.
Oh, your sister was my age when she... I see.
How terrifying it must have been for her, forced to accept an inescapable fate. She must have had so many hopes and dreams. Why? Why does God allow such things to happen to good people?
Didn't know we had God in this game.
Taking away even her chance to live. Poor Amelia.
It is sad, but everyone dies eventually. It's just that for some people like Amelia and me, it happens a little bit earlier, that's all.
Well, that's quite a positive spin. Polka.
Besides, in a way, Amelia still lives on, doesn't she? She lives on inside your heart, Frederick. And she lives in the wonderful music that your heart creates.
Wait, how does she know he's a
also lives
musician?
on inside all the people of the world whose hearts are moved when they listen to your music.
How does she know he's a musician?
Emilia won't ever really die. She'll touch the hearts of every generation to come. Through her brother's melodies, she will live on forever. I think that's wonderful. Frederick, do you need any more proof that part of her still lives on than the thought of that?
You know, Polka, whenever I'm with you, I feel like I'm talking to Emilia. It's almost as if Emilia is saying the very same things to me. Thank you, Polka. I believe you've taught me something very important tonight. Very important indeed.
Frederick, there's just something about you that draws others to you. And since I met you, my way of thinking has changed quite a bit. Although I didn't realize it before, I think I've been dwelling on the past and ignoring the future. Because thinking about the future is just too painful when you know you're going to die soon. But you told me when we met that this whole world existed inside your dream, right? At first, I thought you were teasing me by saying that this was your dream. But now, I actually think that it's a really beautiful idea. And now I realize that believing in you is really the same thing as believing in the future. That's especially important for someone like me, who uses magic. You help me be more positive about the future and what I need to do. I should really be thanking you, Frederick, because you've taught me something very important too.
Too bad he's not here to hear this. My man's already back in his room brushing his teeth.
What was that?
Iceberg! Okay. Despite the urgency of this music, I want to reflect and digest for a moment. Also, welcome in, Holy Gad. How are you tonight? So, yeah, it seems like we were trying to learn there that there's a connection or an allegory between Polka and Frederick's sister. They're the same age. They're both dying, or, you know, terminal illness sufferers. One's still alive, I guess. But as far as, like, Polka actually being his sister, I don't think that's what's going on. That's a little ham-fisted. But I guess maybe, like, you know, that's supposed to explain how Polka was, like, created inside of Frederick's mind. Oh yeah, this music is incredible, Mad Locust. I mean, Chopin plus Sakuraba. What a cool pairing. He must have just been so excited to make the music for this game. I don't really know anything about Sakuraba's personality, but I got to imagine that he's probably very reverent to Chopin and was very humbled by this opportunity to work adjacently with his music and try to, you know, kind of use some of those same ideas. I bet that was incredibly exciting and inspiring, and probably pretty intimidating too. Just wanted to add the story length title of this game to the story we were hearing. Oh, what? Your exposition development recapitulation? Classical music reference. I love the use of the repeat symbol in ASCII as well. That's a nice touch. Okay, quick little save there. So the fact that there's a save point and an item shop here makes me think that we're gonna fight something. They headed for the stern. Who's they? Sonata form. Gotcha. Hi, Gobi.
Damn it! Of all the times for this to happen.
That's a big ship. Well, what is it?
It's a pirate ship. They appear out of nowhere sometimes and attack vessels that travel up this river. The pirates sneak up from behind and ram their unsuspecting target.
That's terrible.
Maybe there's something we can do. We should repay them for helping us.
I agree. But whatever we do, we have to move quickly or those people will try to board this ship.
It's far too dangerous. These pirates, even their underlings, are very strong.
Hey, that's no way for our captain to talk. Don't worry about a thing. Just leave it to us.
What? I'm petting you.
Is something
Don't
happening?
give me that.
Still really sleepy.
All right, I'll pet you with both hands.
That's it! That's it! Ha! You know they've got a captain with an eye patch and a hook. Ooh, and I'll bet they have a lot of treasure.
Hey, wait!
Beat, don't! Oh, not you too.
All right. We'll go over and keep them occupied. Meanwhile, try to pull the ship away as far as you can to keep them from boarding.
How do we get back on the boat?
Right. I'll do everything I can.
Very good. If you'll excuse me.
What's his little crystal thing that he's got hanging off of his sash? That's really cool. What are you doing? Oh, I can just go back to the boat? That's friendly. Okay, let's see. Who do I want in my party? Salsa's really good. Oh god, we're under-leveled. I think I want to swap Salsa with, Frederick. Because Frederick is kind of like my worst character, unfortunately. It's cool, though, that he may be. We got some new stuff to equip here. So, attack way up, magic down by 5. This is probably worth it. Why do they keep using that word? That's not a great word to use. Okay. Sparkling clothes. Oh, HP up at the beginning of turn. She does have the lowest HP, so let's go with that. We've got a new gun. And even though we're not going to use Frederick, I'll upgrade his equipment here. That way, if we, like, shop again, we know that he's up to date. Okay, and then let me just remind myself my abilities here. Oh, we've got a new heal. Okay, so this is heal everyone but yourself, and then orange glow is single target. Okay. Photos taken will develop gradually. That's so funny. Alright, so the trigger attacks for beat are photos. And then she still just has the base too. Okay. Just trying to like internalize that a little bit before we get into a battle. Oh, there's another save point. Okay, sure. Sure. When I went to connect the PS3s to the Wi-Fi last night, I realized that I hadn't connected my PS3 to the Wi-Fi since I was in my old house. So they hadn't been connected to Wi-Fi in like a year and a half. They still had like the old network credentials in there. And I don't remember what version of the firmware I was on, but I think it was pretty far behind the most current one. But it is interesting that there's been firmware released for the PS3 between 2021 and now, you know, since it reached end of life a super long time ago. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to dodge these guys. Nope, I just got completely frozen in place. And we've got moving light sources again, but we do have fixed light sources as well. So that's good.
You're really gonna get it.
Oh, I thought I was going to be beat first. Whoops.
Shadow silhouette. Don't look down on me. Rapid sugar. How was that?
I'll kill all ya. Har! Time
Heel
to
hog.
swarm the deck. Da! Rah! Da!
Nice timing on the light there. Woo! That was so much damage.
Supposed to be.
Yeah, sure, Sen, that makes sense. I just wouldn't think that they're still fighting that fight in the year of our Lord 2024. For a system that they're not even, like, making stuff for anymore.
That should wake up.
Time to swab the deck.
He is really strong all of a sudden.
Time to swab the deck.
Maybe he's just like good against these enemies or something.
My, I am simply shocked beyond words.
I can do it!
I love salsa so much. My, I am simply shocked beyond words. Even though her southern accent is fake. It's almost better, actually. God, what a cool room! All these little, like, glass floats and, like, all the little food items, and there's a sword on the table, this map. The interiors in this game are just mind-blowing. They're so cool. Like, you don't see this. Like, ever. You don't ever see games where, like, random rooms that you might only spend 1 second in have this much detail and this many objects. Solar flare! I wonder if it's extra comical to you, Luca, because you come from a not southern accent. I feel like it's extra comical to me because I know what it would sound like if it was authentic. But maybe it's funnier the farther away from it you live and the less normalized it is. Okay, I have no idea where I am now. We're just gonna take all these fights because we're under-leveled compared to the other party.
I'm gonna come down on you like a mountain range.
God, that little phrase there sounds a lot like Octopath Traveler. It's your favorite. We're wrecking these guys, though. You think Suikoden had good detail in their games? Yeah, absolutely. For the day, it was well above its contemporaries. Absolutely. But it, you know, it certainly wouldn't be able to compete with this. Training for the First Time Pirates. This year's 100 Best Eye Patches. We Are Pirates, Volume 153. That one sounds fun. Polka is way too positive for her own good. It's kind of crazy how positive of an outlook she has. And like this room right here. This room is exactly opposite the hallway of the other room that we were just in. And it has a lot of the same objects, but it still looks entirely different. Like this one doesn't have the glass floats swinging from the ceiling. All the glass floats are over here on the floor, you know? And then the table has a bunch of bottles, and there's no food in this room. There was food in the other room. Like, so much care was given. It's not just like they had a couple of different random rooms that they made and then they like rotated them and copy pasted them everywhere. And like this room has all these plants in it, and there were no plants in that other room. It's just, I'm just blown away. I'm blown away. I loved Octopath Traveler too, Alpha Shard. Octopath Traveler is like a top 20 game for me. Okay, this room is very similar to the first one, but not the same. Now that I know hidden items are a thing, I'm kind of like looking out for them more. Plus, because the interiors are so pretty, I want to look at them. Alright, there's nothing in here. And look, all these little shoes under the table here. Like, they were sitting here and they kicked their shoes off to relax. And then they had to, like, jump into action. And they didn't have time to put their shoes on. That's such a funny little detail. This door is boarded up. Little mousy boy. So that's where we came from, I believe. Oh. The heck is that?
Are you all right?
Thought you chipped a tooth.
What the? What's this thing? It looks like some kind of weird rock or something.
Hey, Polka, why are you carrying around this weird stone?
Not, are you okay? Not what happened.
To be honest with you, I don't even remember how long I've had that stone.
It looks like a tear from
According to
Tears
my
of the
mother,
Kingdom.
I was already carrying it around with me when I was just 4 years old. She would tell me to throw it away, but I wouldn't listen to her.
I don't think Polka's mom is Polka's real mom.
Apparently, I said it was a gift
Calling
from
it
someone
now.
I love, and I would never throw it away, no matter what. Huh? You had a boyfriend when you were 4? Wow, you were really precocious, weren't you? I don't know why, but for some reason this stone feels very important to me, and I've never been able to throw it away. The distant memories of a fleeting love. It's so incredibly romantic.
Enough with the mushy stuff. Let's just get moving.
Alright, so Beat has not hit puberty yet. Well, I guess that's not necessarily an indicator. He just isn't a romantic. Look at this guy, working on his calves back here. That's true, Gab. Good shout. Yeah, everybody go follow Lazy Luca. extremely talented artist and friend of the channel, now doing art streams on a Twitch channel near you. Very cozy, very chill. Feel free to plug anything that you're working on, Luca. Ooh, nice. Little splash on that.
Time to swab the deck. Time to swab the deck.
I love the idea that these pirates are just so hopelessly one-dimensional that they can only say tropes and mannerisms.
Don't look down on me!
Now that's how it's supposed to be.
We got some bunks in here. These are new. A lot of anchors, though. Oh, wait. Just wrapped up Tingle and posted to Discord. Nice. Oh, now you're working on Midna. She's just about finished. Oh, cool. I gotta see that one. Oh, that guy respawned. That's weird. Yeah, Midna's design is great. Really, really cool character. I'm assuming, is it... which form of Impa are you doing? I'm assuming the, like, Imp form.
That should wake you up.
The Imp form with the full headpiece. Nice.
I'll kill all ya. I'll kill all ya.
It sounds like he's gonna say, I'll kill you for a second. And you're like, whoa, a death threat. And then it's like, oh, just kidding. Keel haul. Everybody knows what a keel haul is, right? I don't even know what a keel haul is. There's some Donkey Kong level called Keel Haul Key. But I don't remember what a keel haul is. Basement level cabin 1. See, this room has a bunch of swords on the table. They were doing Fellowship of the Ring in here. There are a lot of shoes here. Are pirates always barefoot? That's so funny. There's a chest. Some very odd chocolate. So that's probably just a more powerful version. I love that he just, like, doesn't care or hasn't noticed me. Keel haul is when you're tied to the ship and dragged under the water across the underside of the ship. Whoa. That is crazy. Across the underside of the ship? How would that work? Across the underside of the ship. How would that work? Because I know that the keel is like the bottom of the ship. But how would they get you down there? Not that I want to find out. Floral powder. Oh, I need to set my item equips. I used some items. Here we go. Item set. I don't think I have any angel trumpets. Yeah. So let's do 2 of those, and then what's the one that heals everybody? Club Clover. There we go. Gotta have that rope tie prepped and ready for action. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's something that you'd have to do when the boat is out of the water. Like, you'd have to, like, hoist the boat up out of the water and then somehow tie the person to the bottom of the boat and then, like, lower it into the water. But, like, what's the point of that? You know? Like, you'd barely be able to get going before the person had already drowned anyways. So what's the point? I mean, that's a very dark question, but, like, I think you get what I'm saying. I'm not taking every one of these fights anymore. Oh, another save point. So how was I supposed to get that other chest? Oh, I remember. There was a staircase in that room, so I should be able to come back up from some room to the north of here. The pirate ship Dolce. I guess it'd be Dulce if we're talking the musical term. Which would just mean sweetly. We don't want to go down again. We want to go up. So maybe one more room north.
Just watch this.
I'm watching. Whoa. Easy there, buddy. At least what he's saying, like, makes sense. At least it's an action. And he's not just saying, like, I'll swab your deck. You know, like some random piratey buzzword thing that doesn't even make sense. I'll walk your plank. It's like, wait.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on with my eye, sorry. Alright, maybe this is what we're looking for. Yeah, here we go. Any empty rooms I'm going to search for flavor text or hidden items. Here we go. The pantry. Mercy Breath. That's a weird name for anything. New weapon for Salsa. Holy crap, that's a huge upgrade. My god. It's like almost double. We must have missed a weapon for her somewhere. Okay, this is the room that we were in before. But I want to check the other side of the hallway. Oh, hello. Captive Conga. Oh, have you come to help me out? The pirates captured me when I was transporting my cargo. I'm begging you, get me out of here. Huh? A score piece? You'll help me out if I play a session with you? Oh, look at this guy. He's got a 12/8 thing going on here. Looks like C major. So we'll try our C major thing here. How was that an F? That was sick. There's a little polyrhythm going on. It's the right key. It's perfect. It even had like an authentic cadence at the end. How is that a rank F? Wait a minute. Just give me one more chance. At least this guy was nice, and he took responsibility for it sounding bad instead of just blaming it on us. I'm really not that bad of a person, you know? I can get the job done when I set my mind to it. All right, we'll try the one that's definitely not going to work. It almost worked. Very unresolved, though. Okay, so this guy's name is Captive Conga. That's a very funny name. Now, okay. This area in particular seems like a very unlikely area to be revisitable. It seems very unlikely to me that we would be able to come back to this area after we're done here and revisit this guy with more score pieces in our inventory. Every other one of these that we've seen so far, except for maybe the one in the prison, seemed reasonable to expect that, oh, we just don't have the one we need right now, you gotta come back later. But this one in particular really makes me think that we've just somehow missed a bunch of these, and we're supposed to be getting them all like as we go. But I've opened every chest that I've seen, and the two pieces that we have found so far weren't even in chests, so they're probably like hidden items or whatever. But it's hard to believe that we've missed like 6 or 7 of these. So I'm hoping that somehow these are going to be revisitable later. And maybe based on this guy's dialogue, we can infer that he's going to like escape here and then appear somewhere else later in the game and we get another shot. But you would think that encountering him here now, like if there's no way that we could have the score piece that we need by this time in the game, and then he's just going to end up somewhere else later, why would they bother to put him here? You know? So I'm a very confused boy about what's going on here. But I don't want anyone to tell me. So just let me stay in the dark here. If I've missed a whole bunch of these, I don't need to know that right now. Okay, so this is the... what's the name of this? Pirate Ship Dolce. Pirate Ship. I'm just going to write Pirate Ship. And he's got a triplet thing. I'm just writing like... very minimalistic descriptions of these. Okay. Or I guess it could also mean that maybe his score piece is in this pirate ship. You know, hidden in one of these rooms, and we gotta go find it. Maybe it's like on the other side of this room or something. Obvious like that. Very guide, dang it. Is that... Did you just make that up, Kiki? Because that's genius. If you made that up. Cargo hold. This is a different room, despite looking the same. Okay, another chest. A goddess bouquet. What is that? Recover KO all infinite range. Whoa, okay, so it's a Mega Phoenix. Very cool. It looks like that might be our final destination over on the left side there. It's from TV Tropes. Used to be a very frequent reader of that site. Oh, okay. So was it like a web comic about needing to use a guide? We haven't been in there yet. But that's a one-way. Okay, so there's one more way we can go that is not a one-way. And that is here? Yeah, we haven't been down here yet. Alright, we'll fight you. Please don't back attack me on that. Okay.
I am not gonna lose this battle.
You better not.
That should wake you up.
Kinda prickly, huh?
Good.
I'm familiar with TV tropes.
That'll cost you. Yo-ho-ho!
I thought you meant that God Dang It was a site that you frequented.
Yo-ho-ho!
Were you impressed?
They're deadbeat. They can't be impressed anymore. Guide Dang It is just a trope for things that are very easy to miss, and you generally need a guide to find it. I love that. It's so genius. So there's nothing in this room at all? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm an idiot. Alright, so this is a new level. I need to stop instinctively running away from enemies when they proc. Because that is a death sentence.
You're really gonna get it.
Nice. Got the light at the very last second there.
Kinda prickly, huh?
Good.
That'll cost you. Yo-ho-ho!
Yo-ho-ho. I also think it's funny that despite how one-dimensional and trope-driven pirates are, we still kind of like unanimously agree that they're cool. The level design is a little questionable. Yeah, no ship would be designed like this, of course. Okay, so we came from there. Okay. So we want to approach that room from above. So that's going to be... Okay, that's going to be that drop that we saw... on that previous floor. So let's go back up there. There's probably a chest up there. So we're going to go one room south. At least these enemies are being fairly nice. It's also interesting that there's two different sprites. There's like a tan one with blonde hair, and then there's a like a lighter skinned one with brown hair. That lives with me now, Kiki. I'm just gonna like guide dang it. That's so clever. It's incredible. I love that so much. That speaks to me.
Don't look down on me.
Oh. Game was just a little bit too loud in the room here. I had to turn it down. Hopefully it wasn't bleeding into the mic. Man, those double attacks.
Time to swab the deck. I'll kill all ya.
Hard. You really are so fabulous, Salsa. This is the room I just came from. Dang it. Now I'm going to respawn those guys. So where was that drop down? I'm a little confused. Thought that it should have been in this room. I know we saw it. Here it is. There we go. A harmonic stick. Sings in harmony with the wind. Nice. Alright, so we can sell the buffalo horn now. Even though we never used it. Oh man, are we gonna have to fight 2 enemies back to back just to get that baton? I wasn't able to move there. It was a forced encounter. That's such an awesome line. I'm gonna come down on you like a mountain range. I bet there's some people who really don't like Salsa. But I love her so much. Jesus.
I'll kill all ya. I'll kill all ya.
Shadow silhouette.
Oh, why didn't it happen?
Kind of prickly, huh? Earth heal. Orange glow. Good.
I didn't mean to do the group heal, but I'll take it.
Solar flare. Just a little fabulousness.
God, she's the best. Yep, 2 forced encounters in a row just to get that baton. Okay.
I'll do my best.
We're not afraid. Battling's fun.
Don't look down on me.
Just having a big discussion about Final Fantasy in Discord today. Not in the Backlog Boys server. And I guess because of Rebirth being fresh and watching a full playthrough of it so that I feel like I can be part of the discourse even though I vehemently dislike it, just has like the whole franchise kind of like on my brain. But it was a good chat. It was a good chat. I've had like lots of Final Fantasy opinions over the last like month or so, and I've really been like kind of like spitting them out into the ether, and not feeling a ton of reciprocation. You know, and also not encountering people like being rude or like, you know, ruthlessly disagreeing with me or anything. So I'm not like complaining or anything. Sailor's uniform. But it was nice to, okay, so it's for a lady. 123 versus 112. Okay, so we'll give it to the lower defense character. But it was nice today to actually chat with some people who seemed to be a little bit more responsive to some of the stuff that I was saying. It was nice to feel a little bit validated. So I really appreciated that today. Okay, there is a chest. A score piece! Nice! Okay. Is that the first time we found one in a chest? Let's take a look at it. It's in C major again. So every score piece we've found so far is in C major. It's got a little bit of syncopation to it. It's gonna sound nice with Triplet Guy. Covert Conga, or whatever his name was. Captive Conga. Okay, here's this room. I want to check the rest of this floor first. Not here. Another chest. Ooh, another one of those. Okay, that's totally worth it. That seems like a really good item. Oh, that's a door up there. Oh, okay, so that room at the bottom is probably going to lead there. Let me save here just in case I accidentally hit a boss trigger. A lot of people these days just dismiss all your points by just labeling you as a hater. Yeah, well, I mean, you're right about that, Sen, for sure. I mean, luckily, I'm only espousing and sharing my opinions in communities that are already very friendly and safe to begin with. So those kind of people aren't going to be in the setting where I'm like opening up about that. That feels like a boss door. So that was really the only reason why I was even entertaining the idea of sharing that stuff. Because I like know a lot of the people in this Discord and they're all very friendly and nice. And even if they did disagree with me, they would not be mean about it.
Where did you come from?
Which is, you know, kind of what I'm looking for. Like, yeah, counterattacking is not a thing. We just haven't learned that yet.
Don't look down on me! Oh, it's nothing.
Hang on, beat. No. Ow. Jesus. Beat didn't make it.
Don't look down on me. Keep coming. Good. Just a little fabulous.
But yeah, it was nice because I was talking with somebody that didn't entirely agree with what I was saying, but you know, they empathized with some of the things I was saying. They saw where I was coming from on some of the things. So that was just really nice. Because I have very much felt like I was on an island with some of my Final Fantasy opinions lately. So, you know, it's just nice. It's just nice to run into a couple of people that either agree with you or see where you're coming from. Because everybody's on this remake train right now, and I'm totally not on the remake train, and, you know, I'm not trying to, like, yuck anybody's yum. I'm just keeping my mouth shut. I'm not, like, you know, going into Rebirth streams and poo-pooing it. Dang it. We just got back attacked.
Where did it come from?
And, you know, even though I don't like the game, I'm still engaging with it. because I want to be able to talk about it constructively and not just say that I don't like it and not have a reason. And also, like, there is a certain amount of, like, FOMO associated with it, too. Like, I want to see what it's all about, and if there is a chance that there's some of it that I might actually like, I'm opening up that possibility. That's a really good heal.
Time to swab the deck.
That's a really good heal. That's almost better than Viola's. Like, Viola's hits everybody, but it doesn't do as much. And it's slower.
Shadow silhouette.
And if you keep your healer at a distance, you know, maybe the healer doesn't need to heal and you can heal everyone else. Am I in a circus now? What do you mean, Halo Killer? Oh, you thought... Oh, I see. The swinging lanterns look like spotlights. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I totally see that. No, we are on a pirate ship. Okay, so we're gonna have to backtrack over to this guy. The pirate's key. Oh, that seems like a key item. Oh, okay. So I bet if I had gone up to that boss door, it wouldn't have let me in, because we probably needed this key anyways. But we are going to backtrack up to that floor and go try to play our new score piece with that guy. Maybe we'll get lucky. FF is easy. It's been scientifically proven that the correct order from best... Oh, no. It's a great thing they ended the franchise at 12, the pinnacle of the genre. They knew they could never top that. Yeah, it's good. I like how Primus has taken the head in the sand, the prequels do not exist Star Wars approach to Final Fantasy. Yeah, too bad there's only 12 Final Fantasies, guys, huh? Too bad they didn't make any more after that. Darn. That's awesome. $12 is your favorite Final Fantasy, Primus? I love 12. It's such a good game. It's hard for me to call anything without Sakaguchi at the helm Final Fantasy, but if any of them deserve it, it's that one. It's such a good game. I would not mind if they gave Matsuno another Final Fantasy. I'm sure that won't happen. I don't think he wants that. I don't think he would even want it if they offered it to him. But we would eat good. Damage range in this game is so wide. It's your favorite by far. GTA is amazing. Even if it was still just OZ on PS2, it'd still be your favorite. Right on. Yeah, 12 used to not even be in my top 5. Like, I liked it, but it wasn't a top 5 Final Fantasy for me for a long time. But it is now a top 5 Final Fantasy for me. Alright, let's see if we can make this guy happy. with our new score piece. Sounds great. Of course, they hated it. Okay. All right, but that is good because it makes me feel better about these being revisitable. So I'm going to go back down to the bottom here to that presumably boss door. And then we've got to run another ad break here. And your boy needs to use the restroom. So, I will be back in 3 minutes. Thank you for being here. Not going to miss any gameplay. If you get hit with any ads, thank you for passively supporting the stream. Okay, and we are back. Thank you for waiting. Uh-oh, Halo Killer's got his head in the sand, too. Too bad they didn't make any Halo games after Halo 5. Too bad they didn't do anything after that. So many franchises you don't enjoy anymore. It's a real feels bad. Yeah, it is hard to reckon with just aging out of like something that you feel like is yours and it's getting passed on to somebody else because from a business perspective, they have to, you know, make it appeal to a new audience consistently, and eventually that ages out the original audience when you have these long-running franchises. You know, like it's inevitable. Pokemon, Zelda, Final Fantasy, Halo. It's just inevitable. It's hard to reckon with. I want to go back to something that I said though. I said a minute ago, something to the effect of, it's hard for me to call it Final Fantasy if Sakaguchi's not at the helm. I want to clarify that. Because I know certain people, if they heard me say that, would come for me and would be like, oh, well, you know, he wasn't that deeply involved with 7 and 8. Those were mostly Nomura and Kitase. Yes, it's very true. And they don't have his je ne sais quoi in them. They're very different. And I love them very much. 7 is my second favorite Final Fantasy. But there is a certain romanticism that the Sakaguchi stories have. So 1 through 6 and 9. Those are the Sakaguchi stories. There's this like grandness, this adventure, kind of almost swashbuckling type of vibe. And don't confuse romanticism with romance, but like romanticization of going on an adventure, saving the world, rallying together, you know, power of friendship, if you will, if you need a more anime allegory, even though his stories didn't really have that kind of like plucky, hyper cute type of anime energy that we see in some stuff. But there was a certain romanticism to his stories. It was very like classic and like trope driven in like a positive way, you know, like there were all these kinds of like classic moments that you could kind of like look forward to, where like a character, you know, barely made it from the brink of death and, you know, saved someone or saved themselves at the last second, or a character that you thought was dead, twist, you know, they come back, you know, all that kind of like classic adventure stuff it's very associated with romanticism. And because Uematsu's music is also influenced by the Romantic period, all of that chemistry was a very palpable thing. And 7 and 8 are great games, and 10 is a great game, despite not having those same qualities. But when you start to parse all that out, you can really see the contrast, in my opinion. Like if you feel or see that like 7 and 8 are really different from you know 6 and 9, or you know the rest of them or whatever, and you can't quite put your finger on what it is, that's what it is. It's not because they're sci-fi or realistic or anything like that. It doesn't have the romanticism. It's more grounded. It's more existential at the same time. Very existential, cerebral kind of stories, which is, you know, what we usually associate with Nomura, even though it's not entirely him most of the time. But he's definitely a big progenitor of it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Like, yes, there are Final Fantasy games that I like where the primary scenario writer, director, whatever, wasn't Sakaguchi, but his are the ones that I overall like the best, despite Final Fantasy being my second favorite. Okay, I assume we're gonna fight a boss in here, but I bet there's a cutscene first. We used the pirate's key that we didn't know we needed. Oh, I was wrong. Okay, we're just in another hallway. And then there's another save point. Well, they're being very generous with the save points tonight. Love that. Halo, Final Fantasy, Assassin's Creed, Zelda, Pokemon about halfway, Watch Dogs, Gears of War, Paper Mario, Mass Effect, Borderlands, Darksiders, Banjo-Kazooie, Saints Row, Mario and Luigi. Interesting that you brought up Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi, because Mario and Luigi is actually still pretty solid. The people that made the Paper Mario games that we like are now making the Mario and Luigi games. That's where they went. Okay, here, this is going to be it. But you forgot Ratchet and... Well, not Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank is still kicking, thank God. It's like the last one. But you forgot Sly Cooper, which we'll probably never get again until Spider-Man isn't cool anymore, at least. And then they try to reboot it, and it's terrible. And then Metal Gear Solid they killed, which sucks. It's another one. That's all I can think of right now. Well, Jak and Daxter is... Yeah, I guess it depends. I only liked the first Jak and Daxter. I liked the colorful, humorous, 3D platformer that was kind of goofy and cartoonish. I loved that game. I 100%ed that game. It was one of the, like, earliest memories I have of 100% completing a game and having a blast doing it. I did not like Jak 2 and 3 at all. I was like, this isn't what I... doesn't have like anything that I liked about the first game. This feels too much like Ratchet and Clank, but like edgier. And I already had Ratchet and Clank. I love Ratchet and Clank. So why are you giving me more Ratchet and Clank? I don't want Jak to have a gun. I don't want Jak to ride a motorcycle. I want Jak to be a doofus, you know. But whatever. Naughty Dog gonna Naughty Dog. You're puzzled by some people who've played FF since the beginning, not understanding that some do not consider FF16 an FF game anymore. I think up to and including 13, the games were still easily recognizable as quintessential FF. Well, yeah, everybody has a different definition about what is Final Fantasy. I don't believe you. Yeah, it just depends, like... It's kind of hard to quantify, for sure. Like, 16 is interesting because it does so many cool things, and it's so many interesting like ideas as far as storytelling goes. But for me, the gameplay is a complete snooze fest. I would never in a million years want to play that game. But watching the story unfold was really exciting. Best acting I've ever seen in a video game. But yeah, I agree with you, like... It didn't need to be a Final Fantasy. It's not a story that would have only worked as Final Fantasy, you know? They could have changed a couple of things here and there, and it could have been an original game that was just as exciting, in my opinion. And that's... I feel the same way about the Final Fantasy VII Remake stuff. It's like, wow, they got this really cool engine, and this very interesting, like, gameplay loop and the way that they do the storytelling and all this stuff, and it's really, really polished. But why does it need to be Final Fantasy VII? Why? Like, why did we need to go back to Final Fantasy VII and do it a different way and just continue to make it more and more and more confusing? Like, the game was already confusing and left unanswered questions, but it did it in a very artistic way. We didn't need any follow-up, you know? So it's just hard to see that as anything other than, you know, milking a cash cow. But, yeah, I mostly see where you're coming from, Primus. Like, there are definitely people that could look at probably just about any Final Fantasy game and say that, oh, well, that one's not real Final Fantasy. You know, it's kind of a meme at this point. There's probably plenty of people that say that about 13, even though I think 13 is a really cool and interesting game, and none of the original... you know, big three, as I would say, had anything to do with it. I think it's worthy of being called the Final Fantasy. It has the kind of story that I like, which 16 does too. You know, they have that romanticism that I like, even though the mood and the tone of 13 is a little bit different compared to the rest of those romanticism style ones. But people that deride 16 just because Yoshi P, well, and that's fine, you know, because I'm doing the same thing for Sakaguchi and Hiroyuki Ito and, you know, whatever. Like, you know, we got to go to bat for our people. That's I'm not going to disparage anybody that's a fan of the game because they're a fan of Yoshi P. You know, like, we have to reckon with the fact that there are more Final Fantasy XIV fans than there probably are fans of all the other Final Fantasies combined. So there's a lot of Yoshi P fans out there, and I'd rather it be Yoshi P than Nomura and Kitase. Personally, Paper Mario changed to be a different thing. Mario and Luigi series has just been left to collect dust. Well, they went back and remade a couple. When was the last Mario and Luigi? The last Mario and Luigi was the 3DS one, I guess, Dream Team. And then they remade Bowser's Inside Story for Switch, right? They could be cooking up another one. I mean, they also gave us a new Paper Mario that was slightly a return to form, although I haven't played it yet. It's an amazing spectacle, but it's so empty outside those big moments. Yeah, I know what you mean, Primus. Like, I literally said this today in somebody's Discord when we were having this big conversation about Final Fantasy. We talked a lot about 16, and the way that I described 16, or my experience with 16, is like, it just feels like visual media. It doesn't feel like something that I need to interact with in any way. It was neat to consume it and watch the story unfold, but when you have these games with these big set pieces like that, there's not a lot of uniqueness in the experience from player to player. And I was trying to describe this to these people that I was having the conversation with, and I don't know if I did a good job with it through text typing on my phone, because I can't use Discord on my work computer. But like, you know, take like a really old Final Fantasy game, for example, like Final Fantasy IV. Super short, straightforward story, nothing crazy, you know, revolutionary at the time, maybe, but through a modern lens, very basic, very vanilla, classic, quintessential, straightforward Final Fantasy. Trope, heavy story, classic romanticism, adventure, swashbuckling, whatever. But when you get to certain points of the game and it opens up, is when you start to have variance in people's experiences. And it's not just like, oh, I can choose to follow the main story thread, or I can go look around for side quests or whatever. Like it is now. It's like, well, I'm gonna go back to that one area from early on because I like it, you know? And I like looking at her. I want to see if anything changed. Or I just want to fly around in my airship and see if there's any like little random islands that I can land on. And not every player is going to spend 15 hours doing that in the mid-game lull in the story or whatever, when the game becomes a little less linear. And so that's where you get these people that have these different feelings about these games. It's not just because everybody had the same exact experience and people have different tastes. It's people play the games different ways and they gravitate towards different things. And we don't have as much of that in the newer games. It feels like even if the game isn't necessarily railroaded and it's still open world, there's not as much variance like that, because when the game opens up, it tells you that it's opening up. And you have all these checklists, and it's like, oh, this side quest is now available. And there's like a little thing to tell you, like, hey, if you go back to the da-da-da right now you can do this thing that you couldn't do the first time you were there. And it's not so much like hand-holding or spoon-feeding or railroading or anything like that. It's like curation. You know, they put all this work and effort into the game. They want to make sure that you don't miss anything and feel left out. But the result is a little bit more homogenous of an experience. Because we don't have world maps anymore, and everyone's time is limited. So the idea of like looking around for stuff isn't exciting anymore. You know, it's just like, all right, just tell me where it is. You know, I want to play the game. Like everybody's basic tastes have changed. So that was one of the things I was trying to express in our discussion today too. That was like, I was kind of lamenting that. And that kind of plays into the romanticism, the like, the wandering and the exploration and the carefree nature of it. You don't think you anticipated in your first stream how often this contentious topic would come up? You come for FF turn-based JRPG, not for Devil May Cry Lite. Yeah, I've never been into third-person action games, hack and slash, whatever you want to call it. Oh, the studio was shuttered. I didn't know that. Gives us great things, but never what we want. Yeah, that's kind of true, Flozax. Superstar got remade from Game Boy to 3DS. 2 years later, Alpha Dream got shut down. Oh, Alpha Dream. Gotcha. I was thinking it was still Intelligent Systems. Square stepping away from the classic JRPG gameplay is that they were the only one to offer that level of production value and spectacle within the framework. If you like the modern Yakuza games, Persona, plenty of great games still to play, but none that operate on the scale. Interesting. Yeah, it's tough because it's not just one thing. You know, it's not like, oh, well, if you just made it turn-based, it would feel like home again. Or, oh, if you just had Uematsu doing the music, it would feel like home again. You know, it's not just one thing. It's like a very complex bouquet of things that are all simultaneously missing. But now we've been doing it a different way for so long that it's like become the new norm. And so you have all these new fans that like 10 and 13.2 and 15, and you know, that's Final Fantasy to them. And then I'm just out here like, huh? What? You have no idea what Final Fantasy is, you know? And like the spectrum is just getting wider and wider and wider. Like, yeah, my favorite Final Fantasies are Lightning Returns and Final Fantasy VII Remake and 15 and 10-2, and it's like, what? You haven't named a Final Fantasy yet, in my book. I don't know. Again, I'm not here to yuck people's yum. People can like what they like. It's a weird world out there. In the world of Final Fantasy now. Yeah, it's one thing if you had a split fan base, but there's something weird about being on Twitch, or at least the circles of Twitch that I'm in, where everybody seems to share that same opinion. Like, they like the newer, more modern, they like the Square Enix Final Fantasy games. And the old ones are just like, oh yeah, they're cute. I'll play the pixel remasters and just kind of blow through them and not really have any feelings. And it's like, what? But then they're like, yeah, I love Final Fantasy. It's wild. It's a weird and wild world. Yeah, it is weird to think that 12 is the midpoint. Especially because, like, number-wise, that doesn't make sense. But time-wise, it's a lot closer to the midpoint. Yeah, people who were born when 12 came out are becoming adults this year. Yeah, that's hard to reckon with, too. Okay. Let's recover from this digression and go into this boss door. We've been talking for so long that my controller went to sleep. Ooh, pirate lady. Oh, her name is Dulce. Oh, it's you lot. So you've been having your way with my ship, have you? Look, Beat, it's a real pirate captain with an eye patch and a hook and everything. Also a giant curtain rod? Mace? Well, just because she has an eye patch and a hook doesn't mean she's the captain. I thought pirate captains were, you know, supposed to be grizzly old men with scraggly beards. Don't stereotype. Who says they have to be men? Plenty of women are pirate captains. Well, eye patches and hooks are stereotypes too, aren't they? These days, pirates can pretty much wear whatever they want. Wow, we really kind of flipped that around on her, didn't he? That's not true. Eye patches and hooks are a pirate's trademarks. They'd be naked without them. They can't help it if it makes them look stupid. I like that she's just letting us have this conversation right now. Ow, my back, Flozak says. Okay, you two, stop bickering. Scurvy dogs, no one ignores Captain Dulce. Yikes, the skipper's gonna blow her top again. This guy's name is Guitar. That's kind of silly. You like hooks, do you? Well, then I'll give you a taste of this one. That was weird. I don't know why that wasn't voiced. Maybe this is the only scene that Dulce's in and they just couldn't cast someone.
Oh, I'll hang you very slowly.
Oh, she's got a voice. Okay.
When I send you flying.
They gave her the mommy voice. Whoa, she's fast. Alright, we're gonna keep Polka at range during this fight. Ow!
Did you enjoy that?
No. Dang it.
Time to swap the deck.
I won't cry.
Okay, please give me 2 earth heals.
Oh,
Beautiful.
good.
Wait, no, that's not hitting beat. No! Okay, I thought that was infinite range. Apparently it's not infinite range.
Shadow silhouette.
Wow. Wasted turn, thanks to range.
That'll cost you. Yo-ho-ho!
Did you enjoy that?
Ow.
Earth heal. Oh, it's orange glow.
This is not good.
Infinite power come.
Please kill both of these pirates. Oh, she did the other one. Well, Polka's probably dead here. Probably gonna have to reset. Because I didn't equip.
Did you enjoy that?
Time to swab the deck. Da! Time to swab the deck. Da!
Here.
Dang it, missed Solar Flare again.
Orange glow. Oh, it's Earth heal. Good. It's nothing.
Burning spindle!
No!
Did you enjoy that?
Okay, please beat. No!
Time to swab the deck. Da!
My strategy totally fell apart here.
Thanks. Now let's get going.
Alright, I kind of want to reset. I don't really want to win this battle with 2 characters.
That'll cost you.
So I'm just going to let them take me out. How much health do these minion guys have? Clearly a lot more than a regular pirate. Oh, we did knock that guy down, though.
Kind of prickly, huh?
Burning spindle! Did you enjoy that?
Oh, he can revive his buddy, too? Dang. That's crazy. Okay, we're gonna try that again. You're in the large minority of not enjoying Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. I think there's more people than you think that aren't interested in those games. I think there's just, we're just not hearing from them. Because those people have probably, similar to the way that they've abandoned playing Zelda games, they've probably just similarly abandoned games altogether, or they're just not, like, internet type of people, you know? Like, you know, like, we don't run into them in, like, other Twitch chats and our Discord servers. That's my guess. Look at that special chest. I love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but even with that considered, I really, really desperately miss the classic Zelda formula. There's a lot of people theorizing that open world Zelda is dead. And that they will probably go back to basics with the next Zelda game.
Oh, I'll hang you very slowly.
I'm gonna come down on you like a mountain range.
Dead man's tail! Does it feel good?
Don't look down on me.
Beat is dead already? Jesus.
Don't move.
Oh my god, and I'm freaking taking a picture of this guy.
Kinda prickly, huh?
Now Salsa's dead.
Time to swap the deck.
What is happening, dude? Okay, well, we're gonna start over.
Yo-ho-ho!
Orange glow. Good.
I also said I was gonna change my item loadout, and then I didn't do it.
Does it feel good?
Okay, so she can just one-shot you if you don't defend. That's pretty insane. Yeah, Breath of the Wild was very much an experiment, and then because it was so successful, we got Tears of the Kingdom. Like, if Breath of the Wild had been, like, you know, kind of mid for sales, we definitely wouldn't have got Tears of the Kingdom. We would have got something else. You like the story in both games, but not the presentation. But you played both for what you wanted, exploration. Okay. Yeah, it's like... Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild fulfilled like a whole, you know, like they achieved something that was missing from previous Zelda games. But it was like a trade. You know, it didn't... We lost some other things in the process. I guess I am happy with this loadout of items, but we need to fully heal. So that we're going in with full health. And then I also need to see, does Frederick have an AoE heal? Oh, he's got some new attacks. Interesting. No. Okay. So we definitely have our best options available as far as healing. Oh yeah, let me save again. Because we'll probably die again. If every single person who bought Twilight Princess didn't like Breath of the Wild, it would still be a third of Breath of the Wild's sales. What? Oh, nice, Halo Killer. Got enough points for a poll game. Yeah, that's fair. Breath of the Wild's definitely not for everybody. Especially when it comes to Zelda fans. Because the interesting thing about Zelda versus like the other franchises we've been talking about, like Zelda's never really had a split fan base like that until Breath of the Wild. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of people who feel the same way about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as I do about like FF7 Remake. Like, oh, I can't believe that there's these newcomers who've only played this one and they think that they're a fan of the series, you know, and then they don't play any of the old ones. They don't think anything of those. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there like that. And we, you know, we love our curmudgeons. They're valid too.
Let's fight!
Does it feel good?
God, 3,000 damage. Just right off the bat.
That should wake you up.
That's so fast.
Orange glow.
Gotta get that pattern down.
Oh, it's nothing. Good, it's nothing.
Time for bed.
Oh, it's not nothing.
Burning spindle.
Cool. Just, I can't even block. And now we're dead.
Does it feel good?
Time to swab the deck. Da! Time to swab the deck. Da!
Come on. Are you looking down on me?
A little bit. I mean, you are on the ground after all.
Kinda prickly, huh?
Don't die. God, man.
There. Okay, who did that?
Why didn't you use that item? What the hell? Dude, this fight is crazy. Alright, well, I'm already out of revives. Dude, this is nuts! The execution required on this fight is crazy, and she's about to just one-shot me here. And she got another turn after that? What is going on? This plays like a scripted loss. Yo! Welcome in, everybody. Last Zelda you enjoyed was Wind Waker? Twilight Princess bores you to tears? Oh no, Kiki. That's too bad. Jackie, everybody, welcome in. How's it going? What is going on? How was Zelda? Aaron, Assy, Kurtman, J. Ramsey, Nermi, Foe, Sarah, Dang, Spewy. Great to see y'all. Well, thanks for coming through. Yoshi, Gorgeson, Yeti. Hello. Greetings. There's no music on this screen. It's making me feel naked. Hold on. Let me get in here. Yeah, we're playing Eternal Sonata. We're getting our ass handed to us by a boss right now, by a really, really hot pirate lady. So we're trying to figure out what the heck to do here. Thanks so much for coming in, everybody. I hope Link to the Past was fun. I'm sure you did a great job, Jackie. Thank you for bringing everybody over. I think most of y'all have been through here at least once, but if you haven't been here before, I'm Austin, one of two Backlog boys. Currently the only one streaming on this channel, but there are two of us, hence the name. You probably know me as BB Austin from Jackie's chat and others' chats. I'm a huge Zelda fan, so happy to talk with any of y'all about Zelda. And I was continuing our chat from the Discord today about Final Fantasy. We've been talking about Final Fantasy a lot tonight. Some of my fellow curmudgeons and I have been commiserating, but all are welcome. Happy to have y'all come through. If you're curious what's in my game collection, exclamation point backlog. I'm big on collecting. I just got a new PS3 because my last PS3 crapped out on us last week. So I got me a super slim because the old one isn't completely dead, but I had to assume that the laser was dirty, and cleaning the laser on a slim does not seem like a fun project. So I just opted to get a super slim because I'm lazy. And I got my save date all transferred over and we didn't lose anything, which is great. We are going to try this boss fight again, so if mechanical spoilers are something you're worried about for this game, beware. You could have been a hot pirate lady if you paid more attention in school. You did amazing. Good. Glad to hear. I'm excited to see how far you got. I want to ask, like, did you this, did you that? But if you didn't, I'm banished. Okay, we'll mash through this conversation again here. This lady is super strong. I'm gonna try to focus here. You have to like really pay attention in this battle system. If you've never heard of this game, or if you've heard of it but you don't know anything about it, definitely look into it if you are a fan of RPGs. I have played a lot of RPGs in my day, from a lot of different franchises, and this is by far one of the most interesting and unique games I have ever played. The battle system is really cool. The story is really interesting and unique. I've never played anything like this game before, but it is certainly familiar enough for an RPG veteran to approach. It's not like a saga game where you're just like, feel like you're learning a new language or something. But there's a lot going on, and enemies are really strong, just all the time. Like, the most random encounter can just party wipe you. I think what I need to do in this fight is move around more, because they seem to be favoring ganging up. So me spreading my characters out isn't going to be enough. Okay, please. No, don't heal beat.
Earth heal. Good. Burning spindle. Burning spindle.
Did you enjoy
Okay, thankfully she gave me 2 easy ones there. We're going to come over here and heal. We're going to play a little more defensively.
Time to swab the deck.
So every character, when they move, a timer is going. And you can move for a certain amount of time, and you can act for a certain amount of time. But once your timer is gone, your turn is over. So if you put distance between yourself and a character that doesn't have ranged attacks, you can protect yourself by forcing them to run towards you for their whole turn, instead of attacking you. So we're trying to use that to our advantage right now by putting some distance between us and this pirate lady, because she's super strong. She can move super far in one turn, but we also need to keep doing damage.
Don't look down on me.
Time to swab the deck. I'll kill all ya.
And also, every enemy can heal itself, instead of just like random token gimmick enemies. And they can like revive each other, bring their friends back from the dead. Okay, we got one of them down. That's good.
Earth heal. Oh, it's nothing. Orange glow.
Okay, that was a really good turn. I gotta keep Salsa away from the pirate lady.
Did you enjoy that?
But yeah, if you don't block these attacks, it's not like half damage or whatever. It's like 10x damage. It's crazy. It looks like the 2 pirate guys can revive each other, but we don't know if she can revive the pirate guys. So hopefully if we get rid of both of them, it's just us and her. And then this fight will become way more manageable. Man, those doubles. Oh, I blocked too early. Yeah, see, instead of doing 200 damage, he did 2100 damage. Okay, Polka's next. We're gonna move away and then do a group heal. And then there's also these light and dark areas on the ground. The abilities that I have access to are different depending on if I'm standing in the light or in the dark. So you also have to manage that. And we've just gotten to a part of the game where the light and dark are moving around. So that makes it very difficult. Oh my god.
Does it feel good?
Okay.
Orange glow.
Heal beat.
Orange glow.
We got 2. Hopefully Salsa can draw some aggro here. She's not gonna be able to do anything, but okay, and then we gotta get beat out of here. She doesn't seem to have any ranged attacks. She's gonna go after him. Nope, he's gone.
Does it feel good?
Come on, only getting started.
We'll bring him back. And then orange glow. Can we get a second one?
Orange glow.
Nice. Okay. Oh my god.
Did you enjoy
That was insane. How can she do so much damage? Alright, once again, Beat's gotta run. And floral powder.
Orange glow. Good.
Oh, I was hoping that would hit Beat, but that's okay.
Did you enjoy that?
Okay, yeah, we'll take the back attack. Thanks. And yeah, you don't have access to your entire item inventory. You have to choose what items you have equipped before you go into battle, and there's limitations on that. You have to... Oh no. And of course she's got to go behind me, so I can't even block. That Beat's
Did
gone.
you enjoy that?
Alright, that's my last revive. Dang it. And then if you mash, you end up wasting your turn. So she loves to go after Beat. We gotta keep Beat really far away. And she also loves to get behind you. Alright, we're gonna do a group heal here. Hopefully, Salsa's in range. Oh, Beat's not in range. There we go. Okay, that was good.
Wasn't that
All right, if we can keep a rough formation here, so that we're always in range for a group heal, this could go a lot better. But if anyone dies, we're toast. So we gotta stay topped off here. Man, I gotta get better at blocking that one. It's a huge amount of damage. Okay, she's hunched over. We're in good shape here. As long as she doesn't come after Polka, we're in good shape. Dang it. I keep missing that one. Alright, well, we gotta move in for the kill now. We're gonna have to just try to finish this. Okay, we got it. Whew. I'm glad we won, though. We got bodied by her like 4 times. Yeah, it would be nice if they ported this one over, Foe. I would love that. I'm guessing you've played this one then, or maybe you're just aware of it. I know you said you've been watching prices. I don't know if you've played it before or not. Maybe you played it back in the day. But yeah, there's some good stuff that's PS3 locked for sure. There's a lot of PS3 locked stuff. A lot more than there is that's 360 locked. That's for sure. Oh, cutscene time. Treasure! Look at that 1 jewel. That's crazy.
Oh, wow! It looked like what Salsa said was true after all.
Yes, so it would seem. Amazing. We've actually managed to find the pirate's treasure.
Wait, why do we care?
See, it's just like I told you. I knew we'd find it.
We came on the ship to stop them from attacking us, and now we have turned the tables.
Is it really okay for us to take it?
And we're taking their stuff.
This is an awful lot of treasure. I feel kind of guilty taking so much.
Come on, you'll never become a big shot if you say silly things like that.
Yeah, Polka really wants to become a big shot.
Treasure is no big deal at all.
I'm quite sure these items were all stolen in the first place, so I doubt anyone will complain.
Yeah, 2 wrongs make a right.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for the
With a huge
follow,
pile
by the
of
way.
treasure like this in front of you, nobody'd be interested in any of this other junk.
Wait, did she just find a new hat?
Look, I got the ultimate treasure.
Why can't I remember what her old hat looked
Except
like?
her.
The comedy in this game is so weird.
I guess now you go back to being the short one again.
Look at those gold bars.
Now then, I think it's time for us to be heading back. We should hurry and let Captain Crescendo know everything that's happened.
Yeah, we were on a boat. We got raided by pirates.
But before we do that, as luck would have it, there just happens to be a full-length mirror right here.
It is very silly.
Beat, go stand in front of it for a minute, will ya?
Salsa is amazing, though. Salsa is the best character so far. We love Salsa. Yeah, you did, Jackie. We love our Frosty alerts.
Oh, I just remembered something I wish I hadn't.
What's wrong? Did something happen?
Wait, have we gone back in time or forward?
It's nothing. Never mind. Alright, I'm going back inside now. You should come in soon too, okay? It's probably gonna start any minute now.
What's gonna start? Okay, I think this whole ship sequence is a flashback. Whoa, okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta take some notes here. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves or ask me questions. So, okay. After we defeated the pirates, we jump back to Beat and Polka at the castle, presumably. Seems Baroque ship segment was a flashback. I didn't catch on to that right away. I don't know if that was spelled out specifically. Oh yeah, taking notes. So cringe. Who would do that? Who would write stuff down? Surely not any based streamers. Okay. So now we're presumably in Baroque. I guess if anybody wants a little story update on this game, I'll give you the broad strokes here. We have a cast of characters that got split, and we're doing kind of like parallel edits back and forth between the two different groups. And there's a lot going on. It's not overwhelming, though, which I really appreciate. So far, the story is very digestible, which is very much my style. There's like an existential element. Oh, we're still in cutscene view. There's like an existential element to the story, but it's mostly pretty pretty grounded as far as like the different elements of it. Why is winter area music so good a lot of the time? It's funny, I am such a hater of winter and snow and cold and everything that goes with it in real life, but icy, snowy areas are always my favorite in video games. And I also agree that snowy music is like some of the coziest, best music. I guess it probably is because the best thing about snow is being inside in a warm house and looking out the window at it and not having to directly interact with it and just observing it. You know, that's when snow is at its peak, is when it is observed. Seen, not heard. So maybe that's the reason why snowy areas in games are so nice, is because you don't feel the cold and the wind, but you get to see the beauty and the serenity of it all, the color palette, whatever. Welcome in, Ferric. And if that was you with the follow, thank you for the follow. If that was not you, whoever that was, thank you for the follow. I don't see who follows, so lurk away if you need to lurk, but feel free to say hello. We're chatties here. Snowbell City from Gen 6. Oh my god, it's time for another Chopin story. Okay, I'm gonna narrate this for you. Grand Valse Brillante. So we're gonna hear a Frédéric Chopin piano piece here, and we're gonna learn an actual historical story about the real-life composer, because this game is sort of about him. This is a work composed in 1831 when Chopin was 21 years old. In Chopin's homeland of Poland, the insurrection that had started in Warsaw in 1830 had ended in defeat. And I apologize to anyone that would prefer to listen and read this, but a lot of my regulars are not looking at the screen most of the time, so. At this time, Chopin was in Paris and a strong supporter of Poland. In the commentary of the Revolutionary Etude, it was explained that Chopin received the news of the fall of Warsaw while en route to Vienna in Stuttgart, Germany. This song was composed after Chopin had left Vienna to live in Paris. Snowbell City is a really good one, by the way, Kiki. If any of you have ever been bored by classical music and never heard anything you liked, try Chopin. You've probably heard Fantasy Impromptu before. At the time, Austria was opposed to Polish independence. We actually heard Fantasy Impromptu earlier tonight. We had another one of these stories set to that one. It was partly because Austria was one of the nations that had divided up Poland, but also because they feared the uprising would spread to Austria. I want to know more about what kind of conflict this was. Was it revolutionary? Because of this, living in Vienna had been difficult for the Polish Chopin. I also want to know how Chopin gained a French name. You know, he's always associated as, like, living in France, and he's celebrated by the French people, but he's a Polish guy, but he has a French name. In Vienna, waltzes designed for dancing were in fashion. This piece, while unquestionably a masterpiece, is something of a contrast to Chopin's other works. It seems to reflect the atmosphere in Vienna at that time. Yeah, I definitely don't think of waltzes when I think of Chopin. So it's makes you wonder if he was trying to be a little in vogue here. Though it was probably not meant to be danced to. In order for the Polish Chopin to live in the adverse winds of that time, he might have made an effort to be popular. Yeah, sort of an appeasement to the people of Vienna, almost, to warrant his staying. Chopin appeared at salons and dinner parties, performing music for small audiences. Oh yeah, sure, go ahead, Z-Bobs. Also, hello. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in one of these... Oh, okay, he had a French father. Okay, it wasn't like a name change, pseudonym. It is said that after these performances, Chopin returned to his room and played his piano furiously. Yeah, that's what he was doing in there. I'm playing my piano! Don't come in! You were just learning Sonata number 2? He must have felt a frustrating anger towards himself. Yeah, was he like feeling guilty because he felt like he capitulated and betrayed his intrinsic style to write something a little bit more pastiche? Forced to suppress his true feelings, put on a mask, and perform music to please people. It's also interesting, like, something really unique, another really unique thing about Chopin for composers of this time is he was also a performer. In contrast to the cheerful style of this piece, Chopin's heart was most likely not nearly as high-spirited. Oh, okay, so he's got the Polish spelling of Friedrich, and it was probably pseudonymed. And then he's got a very Polish middle name. That makes sense. So yeah, Frédéric Chopin is a character in this game. Chopin died at a pretty young age of tuberculosis, and the setup for this game.
Was wonderful.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone danced so beautifully. I wish I could dance like that.
Yeah, and wow, I never knew Frederick was that good either.
Huh? Good at what?
At the piano, of course. Weren't you watching? Didn't you see him playing? The way he played was just so amazing. Way better than any piano player I've ever heard before. It was almost like he was a real professional pianist.
Almost.
What? Are you saying Frederick was playing that music? I was watching the people dancing the whole time. I didn't pay any attention to who was playing the music.
Hey, you guys! We have to go see the captain. Hurry!
See the captain?
You two need to stop calling him the captain. You should call him Prince Crescendo, for he is the Prince of Baroque.
Oh, he's the prince. Okay.
I bet the captain's going to have a face prepared to thank Frederick for playing the piano. It isn't fair if they get a head start.
Oh, so Frederick has already gone to join Prince Crescendo?
Yeah, and if we don't hurry up, they'll eat all the food.
I wonder if they're gonna feed us something really good. Come on, let's go. I don't want to miss out on that.
Can't have an RPG without a feast scene. Yeah, it's not uncommon for people to just assume or like be under the impression that Chopin is French. Very, very, very easy misconception to make. I suppose everyone must be heading home. The crowd has dwindled considerably. It certainly is getting late. I should really be going myself. The feeling of her hands as I held them still lingers fresh. Soft and gentle, they felt as if they would melt away if I were to squeeze them too strongly. She promised to dance with me again. I've died and gone to heaven. Mr. Darcy over here. Bunch of fancy hoity-toities. What a splendid time! Tonight was truly a wonderful night. Those beautiful melodies stirred my heart. I'm going to be in a good mood all the way home. How long's the ride home? 4 days? The next ball is at the full of the moon. It's going to be a masquerade. At the masquerade ball, the women ask the men to dance, the opposite of what's usually done. Oh, how risque. Doesn't that sound fun? Oh, I didn't mean to talk to you again, sorry. Look at this guy. What? Look at that. Wow. Is that just your coat? Man. You're even more beautiful than usual tonight. Amidst this great ballroom, you are like an elegant peony, the purest lily. Why, thank you. Please stop flattering me, it's embarrassing. Meanwhile, this guy staring at the wall. Damn it! I stepped on her skirt again and embarrassed her. I'm so stupid. Yeah. Those beautiful fleeting melodies have stolen my heart. If only I could spend my days in the company of a man like that. Oh, she's crushing on Chopin. I have bad news for you, lady. You're Mr. Chopin's acquaintance, aren't you? Could you please convey my feelings to him? We already talked to you? I feel like someone's watching me. This always happens when I come to the ball. If they have business with me, I wish they'd come and talk to me. If only someday I could work up the courage to ask her to dance with me. She's so beautiful. Mr. Chopin's piano performance was splendid. I do hope he can come to the next ball. Mr. Chopin's simply marvelous. Couple of one-timers over here. It is my pleasure to welcome you to Baroque Castle. The prince has informed me that you are important guests. Please don't hesitate to call on me if you need anything. The prince is currently in his room on the 2nd floor. Look at this throne! Good lord! That is nuts! Oh, what a beautiful throne. It's just like a fairy tale. I mean, this whole game is kind of a fairy tale so far. Can I go? This isn't a door, is it? No. It's weird how the camera kind of turns a little bit as I get closer to the wall. My hair physics are going wild right now. Can I go this way? Oh my god, this place is massive! Holy moly. Look at these crystals. How'd they get those in here? They have cranes in this society? Okay, we can't leave the castle. They said he's on the 2nd floor, so I'm going to explore everything on the ground floor first. What? Do I have a score piece? You want to play a session? Oh, all right, but hurry up. Another person! Okay, so we have Impatient Pizzicato. Pretty much every character that's named in this game is named after a classical music terminology of some kind. Or just general music terminology, I guess. But mostly classical music. Pizzicato is a string technique where you pluck the strings instead of using the bow. That's a pretty common one. A lot of people probably know that one. But there's like instruments, expressive text, tempo markings, genres, all kinds of stuff like that. So let's see what we got here. Treble clef. Oh, we got a leading tone. Little A minor kind of thing going on here. But then it ends on C. This is weird. So it's like C down to A minor, little A harmonic minor moment, but then a G natural. Little modal mixture happening here. I guess that could just be another G sharp and they didn't put the accidental on it. Because you wouldn't really need to. So maybe that's just another G sharp. But to come back down to C at the end, it's really bizarre. So you pick up these little musical excerpts as you go along, and then you meet people that you can play along with, and you like choose one of your melodies to play against their melody, and you try to find like a good match. But so far, we're kind of confused by this, because we've had literally one good match out of maybe like 7 characters that we've met, and a lot of them sound very consonant and nice, and they're in like the same key, but then we get booed at the end. So I don't think any of these are going to work, but we'll try them all. We can try them all. It's not like a one and done type of thing. So let's try this one first, because I think it's going to be the weirdest. So yeah, it is a G natural in the third bar. Ooh, yeah, I saw that coming a mile away. What the heck was that? If you're going to try, don't talk to me. Or if you're not going to try, I guess. You'll do it right this time, won't you? Yeah, everybody gets mad at us, too. The bigger the butts, the higher the status. I just read that. So true. Alright, let's try this one. Everything except for the G sharp works. Oh, we got a B for that? Seriously? Okay. So we should get like a normal item for this. That was close. It was just missing a little something. We could try again, but hurry up. A peach cookie. Alright, we'll try our last one here. We just found this one. Weak. It's still good enough for a B, though. That's weird. So you can't get more than one rank B prize. That's the first time we've ever been able to learn that. Look at, they got these water tubes in their rooms. What is up with these? We saw these on the boat. Look at this bookshelf. What is going on here? Looks like a freaking Alice in Wonderland situation. The prince and the princess Serenade are always together. I envy them. I hope I can find a man as wonderful as the prince. So the princess's name is Serenade. That's the first time we've heard that. Prince's name is Crescendo. So you can see what we got going on here with the naming schemes. You wonder how different this game is to play with someone with zero musical knowledge? Yeah, I mean, I think it would definitely be different. I don't think you would lose anything, though. I've been trying to think about that perspective as we've gone through. Like, obviously, you get a little bit something extra if you're like a Chopin fan, or if you have like some scholastic music education and you recognize some of the terminology. Like, for example, we went down a slippery cliffside that was called glissando cliffs. And a glissando is when you like slide from one note into the next. So you're kind of like, ha, you know, but it's not like you're not going to enjoy the area or something like that. But yeah, I think this music is probably perfectly fine for people who don't have musical knowledge. I don't think it's exclusive or prohibitive in any kind of way, but you certainly get a little bit of something. I think as long as you're just an appreciator, you're fully equipped.
Lately, people are saying there may be a war brewing between Baroque and Forte. You folks are from Forte, right? Have you heard anything? Speaking of Forte, I hear they sell mineral powder there. It's supposed to cure any illness or injury. Does something like that really exist?
Yeah, with the biggest asterisk you've ever seen. My guy. Can we go in there? Okay, there we go. I was in the wrong spot. You have no experience in the game was fine? Yeah. There you go. Z-Bobs can vouch. Couldn't figure out the score pieces, though. Had to use a guide. Literal pages worth of gibberish. Yeah, I guess that would be where the musical knowledge would come in the most handy, because you could just look at it and be like, oh, these aren't going to work. The castle is very large, so be careful not to get lost. Too late. Playing cards? I used to play cards with Mom a lot, but it gets boring with just two people. Yeah, you can say that again. But yeah, look how amazing these interior environments are, y'all. Like, every single room in this game so far is just kind of, like, breathtaking. Like, we haven't seen a single copy and pasted room. There's so many different little objects and details to look at. And even if you can't, like, interact with any of it, it's just, like, there's so much to look at. Like, look at that light fixture. They didn't have to go that hard with that light fixture. There's like semi-transparency on that like green glass flower thing coming off of there. And like the way that the light is hitting the like red lampshade looking thing clearly makes it look like it's like kind of a polyester type of material, you know? It's specifically kind of like shiny and like faux leather kind of a look. Like they didn't have to go this hard. Look at the pattern on this rug. Like this is like a legit rug right here. It's not just like a rectangle. And like the aesthetic of this hallway is completely different. You got all these little plants. It's just kind of crazy. And we've been to all these different like biomes and different areas, and I haven't seen anything repeated. I don't know how they have room for all these assets. It's nuts. And the graphics in this game have held up so incredibly well. Every time we see a cutscene, we're like, dang, this was on the PS3? And we're not like emulating this or upscaling it or doing anything to it. It's coming straight out of a PS3. No wizardry. This game came out in 2007. But it looks phenomenal. We got a guest room. More water tubes. Got this little decorative plate over here. There's a lot of decorative plates in this game. This couch is insane. Look at those, like, teeth on the headrest there. My goodness. And look at this thing in the corner. It's like a bowl with a big flowery, like, iris type of flower stem coming off of it. There's ivy hanging off of it. How do you even, like, think of that? Like, who worked on that? Who designed that one little object? And like, oh yeah, well, you know, like, did they bring in like a ceramics expert and have them design like a bunch of like pottery and stuff, and then people converted it to 3D models? Let's talk to this freaking card knight here.
I'm keeping watch for anyone suspicious. All's well, nothing to report.
Just stomping around in this hallway. Look at his fully enclosed helmet. My man is surrounded by beautiful flowers and parquet tile, and he's got his whole spear out here looking for suspicious characters in this one little corridor by the guest rooms. How's anybody gonna sleep in this guest room with you stomping around out here making more noise than a broken washing machine? We got some swords on the wall in here. See, different decorative plates. Another little tiny vase here. Well, this guy's got a model of the ship that we were on. Oh, Polka's talking my thoughts here. Oh, this is the ship we were on. And we were on a pirate ship too. I bet Mom would be surprised to hear about that. Man, why are you always thinking about your mom, Polka? She's kind of mean.
Hey, don't you have any manners? Introduce yourself before you start asking questions. The king is suffering from a serious illness. He's out of the country for treatment. His wife is with him.
Oh, okay. This is useful information. So, King of Baroque is sick. Queen and he are out of country. And then the princess's serenade. Forgot to write that down. Okay.
Prince Crescendo is handling the management of the government in his absence.
Also, Prince, I hope we get to hear the Prince talk pretty soon, because he's voiced by Cam Clark. This game has great voice acting cast, too. That was one of the things that we didn't touch on earlier. Why is there a save point over here? I guess maybe we'll end up sleeping there later. Okay, I think there was one room I forgot to go in. Back this way. You think it's cool that I notice and appreciate such little things? I mean, I don't always notice stuff like that in games, but I feel like this game has done a really good job of, like, kind of making me notice. Oh, this looks very kind of, like, hidden almost. Oh, this is where we came from. Okay. Look at me, I found a little secret. I've already been here. Look at this little flower. You're struggling to live as best as you can, aren't you? I should follow your example. Wow, Polka is the best. How does Polka have such a positive outlook with her condition? I'm glad we got that little text blurb, though. That was nice. We didn't get that before. I noticed the flower, but I didn't interact with it. So Polka is 14 years old, and she is able to use magic, which in this world means that you have a terminal illness. Only those that are close to dying are able to use magic. So when people are able to use magic, people see it as kind of like a plague, and they're like ostracized. They don't want to be near you because they think your condition is contagious. So Polka is presumably going to die soon, and is unable to make friends because people don't want to be around her because they think they're going to get her disease, whatever it may be. And she's only sad because she wants to like help people because she can use healing magic. She's not sad that she's going to die. And she's like the most positive person in our party, despite her condition. It's wild. She's pretty incredible. My, it's been some time since I've seen a commotion like this. Where did you charming people come from? From Forte? That's quite a journey. Here, have some hot floral tea. Where's my tea? I want some tea. I want some hot floral tea. Don't you bait me like that. This is a cool room. Greetings, would you care for some chocolate? I know children love sweets. I used to ask for candy all the time when I was young. I wasn't allowed to eat much, though. They said it would give me cavities. All we've known about chocolate so far in this game is that it lowers the enemy's defense. I have not seen Fruits Basket. What can you tell me about it, Jackie? Lately, I've gotten into fortune-telling. Using tarot cards, I can really see people's future. I've developed a reputation for my accurate predictions. Alright, have fun in the hallway. What is this little, like, scoop thing at the top of this cabinet? What is that? Oh, there's a phonograph up there. That's what that red thing is. Little briefcase, little room service cart, this nice little blue chair. Wonder if there's ever like items completely off the screen hidden. And look at these books. These little books here even have like intricate little art on them. They're not just like little colorful rectangles like you'd see in like, you know, Tales of Symphonia or something. Oh, there's actually liquid in this little pitcher or whatever that is. They got some pink tubes in this room. Look at this rug! It's crazy. Polka sounds similar to the main character. That's the scoop. I see. Are you headed to the laboratory? You'd be better off staying clear of it. The man who runs that place is studying magic. I don't know what he does in there, but I doubt it's anything good. Sometimes purple smoke leaks out of the doors, too.
Whoa. Look at that book! There's no need to clean up. Don't come in here uninvited.
Hold on, I want to see that room. Clean? What? He thinks you're a maid, Polka. This room is crazy. Look at that cauldron. Is there no roof? What are you smoking in here, dude? What you got going in there? Got like a whole wildebeest on the smoker? What if that whole thing is just like a barbecue pit? Look at this. Okay, look at this mosaic. Look at they're trying to imply that that purple stuff is a bunch of like little individual tiles. I don't know if y'all can see that. Oh, and of course I'm covering it. Like, look at that. That's so cool. It's like a little fresco. This whole place is kind of fresco vibes, but like rainbow fresco, which is wild. It's definitely a butt. It kind of looks like a bear, actually. Celebrity Marcato. My, what a commotion. Oh, what have you got in your hand there? Have you come for a session, then? I have some experience with score piece sessions myself. Would you care to perform with me? I'm a bit of a score piece sessions performer myself. All right, let's see what you got, lady. That reminds me, I forgot to write down the last person, Baroque Castle. And we did get a rank B. I'm keeping track of these because I'm hoping we get to revisit them somehow when we have more score pieces. So what do we got here? Walk down to the 5, okay. So it's, yeah, kind of got like a 1, 2, 5 type of progression here that we're outlining. Okay, and then we have a simile in the 3rd bar. Yeah, this is C major, so again, this should work with one of the ones that we have, because our number 1 and number 2 example here, or number 1 and number 3 example are like very clearly C major. She's all 8th notes here. We have a little bit of syncopation in the 3rd example. I don't know if this thing likes syncopation. And then our 2nd example is kind of weird. It's more of a counter line. So we probably need to find somebody that has a more clear melody rather than a counter line of their own. So far, everything we've seen is kind of a counter line. We'll try number 1. Oh, a little Alberti bass at the end there. Nice. It's F. There was like one spot where it was a little crunchy, but the rest of the time it was perfectly consonant, and we get an F. You are greatly lacking in refinement. Can you not perform more delicately than that? I don't ever want to participate in such a vulgar session again. I trust you are ready this time. It's always our fault. I don't understand. Why is it always our fault? Okay, that one was really nice. All right, we got a B. We got a B for that one. Cool. That was unfortunate. I was hoping for a more elegant sound. All right, I'm sure she's gonna hate number 2, but we'll try it. It's funny how the way they talk to you like improves according to the letter grade that you've most recently earned. So now she talks to us like we're like an okay person and not like a waste of space that should just go in a corner and die. That 9 at the end. That's an F for sure. I don't know how we're gonna make that one sound good. It's super weird. That was really crunchy. All right. So what's your name? Celebrity Marcato. That's such a funny name. I don't know where they came up with celebrity. So we have, this is the first area where we've had 2 of these people in one place. So also in Baroque Castle. I was initially writing down like the key signatures of everybody's different pieces, but it looks like they're all going to be in C, so I'm going to stop doing that. Which makes sense that they would just, you know, not make that an aspect of it. And again, we pulled off a rank B. Alright, moving on. My job is to care for the flowers, giving them water and making sure they get sun. That's why I keep them in this dark corner. Doesn't looking at beautiful flowers warm your heart? The prince seems troubled lately. I hope these flowers can cheer him up. But I'm not going to bring them to him or anything.
I'm supposed to learn the Baroque dance by the next ball for my debut into society. But my dance instructor is really mean. I don't want to do this anymore.
Alright, Jesus Christ, kid. I'll leave you alone. I'm not going to force you.
Oh, that's nothing. How about we play cards next? You won't find it so easy this time. Cards are my specialty.
I love these big butt coats that they got on here. I won the last chess game. That puts me at 3 wins, 1 loss. Losers. Couple of gamers in the hallway over here.
All's well, nothing to report.
Standing there.
I'm a guard. Look at me. Guarding. This is Prince Crescendo's room. Please conduct yourselves appropriately. Or, wait, can you... Oh, I can't remember if you can go in or not. I guess you can go in. Just be nice, okay? Otherwise I'll come in there. I'll get you...
I love to read books. The books on my shelf were given to me by the king. His Majesty is out of the country for medical treatment right now. I'm praying for his quick recovery. Imagine loving your books because they were given to you by, like, a highborn person. Look at this clock! Looks like a Pez dispenser from an alien planet. That looks crazy. I'm assuming that's a clock. Maybe it's not a clock. Also, why does this lady have 3 beds in her room? What's going on there? Oh, look at this little one.
Even if bad people come, it'll be okay. Prince Crescendo is a great prince, and Daddy will protect us too. Well, actually, Daddy isn't all that strong, but don't tell him I said that.
I was just about to check her and tell her, you know what, your dad's actually just a regular person, but she beat me to it.
Even if the Forte army invades this castle, I would protect my wife and daughter. But I've been slacking off on my sword practice for a while now. Actually, I'm not very confident about my fighting skills. Luckily, this castle has lots of knights and guardsmen, so I'm thinking of learning to fight again.
Wait, what? I thought he was going to say he doesn't need to keep up on his practice because the knights are around. But he's saying he wants to get back to his training. One for her dog, one for plushies. Husband sleeps on the ground. Having a separate bed for your plushies is such a millennial mood. Alright, let's talk to Cam Clark.
Mr. Chopin, thank you for your stellar performance.
No, thank you, Cam Clark, for your stellar performance.
Allow me to introduce my fiancée. This is Serenade, and the little one with her is Minuet.
Doggy.
Hello. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance.
Hey, what's going on here, Salsa? They're just talking about boring stuff. I don't see food anywhere.
Kid brain.
Well, I just thought they were probably gonna eat all the good stuff before we could get here.
There is something I wanted to tell all of you about the position Baroque is in right now. Count Waltz is using mineral powder to convert his population into soldiers who fear nothing, not even death.
Okay, so they know what's going on.
Unstoppable army.
But the citizens don't.
As soon as his preparations are complete, it is almost certain that he and his armies will invade Baroque. However, if Baroque were to preemptively challenge Forte, many innocent civilians would surely get caught up in the resulting all-out war.
Whoa, look at that sword.
The suffering of innocents is one of the greatest tragedies of war. It's appalling.
So, what are you gonna do now?
Well, I thought that the solution to the problem would be to find a way to assassinate Count Waltz to avoid any other casualties.
Assassination plot.
So I aided on Dantino.
Oh.
But you see, I am opposed to that plan. I believe assassination would be the equivalent of a declaration of war against Forte. And if we were to do that, would it not be the same kind of evil for which Count Waltz is responsible? History always repeats itself.
Even if we managed to succeed in assassinating Count Waltz, another Count Waltz would appear, then another. The problem itself would still remain. If we throw all our support behind a band of rebels, I believe it will be Baroque that is disgraced in the end.
I see. And you're correct. Looking back on history, mankind does indeed repeat the same mistakes, over and over again. Someone else with evil designs will surely appear to fill the void.
If it's really as important as all that, how can people just forget about it?
It's because the passage of time allows us to forget tragic and painful events. We let them go so that we're able to continue on with our lives.
This is a little too real right now.
Like letters written in sand and then blown away by the wind. They're all forgotten.
But there are some things we must never forget, no matter what. Tragic memories that we have to carve firmly in stone, so that the wind can never blow them away.
I have a favor to ask. I understand that all of you are acquainted with Jazz? There is a message I would like you to pass on to him. It is...
I'm sorry. I thought I could hold it in, but I can't. I believe you are all acquainted with jazz, and all I could hear was just like some crazy jazz just like busting in. Jazz is a character in the game. But that phrasing was just too good. I needed a second to react and not laugh over the cutscene. Whew, okay, sorry.
This. Baroque can no longer provide you with any assistance. No matter how much of a tyrant Count Waltz may be, there is no way we can be absolutely certain that he will ever attack us. If we were to make a preemptive strike against him, it would be a classic example of man's suspicious nature leading him to war.
Serenade, I know in my heart that everything you've said is correct. That's why I wanted...
What is it, Captain?
It's nothing. We must achieve true peace, not simply the appearance of it. But, because of the current situation with Forte, there is no way I can leave Baroque at the present time. Besides, if I were to be seen making contact with Andantino, that very thing alone could act as a trigger for war. Is there any way you could meet with Jazz and tell him for me that this struggle itself is the very thing that's leading the world into chaos?
What do you mean exactly?
You want us to inform Andantino that Baroque can no longer provide support for its actions?
I know that it's selfish of me to ask this of you.
Yes, you're right. As you say, it is rather selfish of you.
Frederick?
Up until now, you have been providing Andantino with support, is that correct? Denying them that support because your opinions have changed is rather irresponsible.
That may be true, but you must understand. We have come to realize that the actions we have taken up to this point have been mistaken.
Yeah, we get that.
Regardless of the criticism that we may face later, should we not correct those mistakes?
I imagine it won't be difficult for the two of you to shake off any criticism. However, have you stopped to consider what this will do to Andantino, who will be cut off without any warning?
Of course, it wasn't our intention for the people of Andantino or Forte to suffer. And yet, as the Prince of Baroque, I have a duty to put the welfare of my people above all else
He has a
in
duty.
any decision.
Then, Prince Crescendo, do you admit that you were merely using Andantino to push forward the interests of Baroque? It is rather convenient that your ties to a rebel band from a neighboring country could so easily be severed once the need arose.
What is he
That
playing
is
at?
not true. Prince Crescendo would never do anything like that.
That's enough. Jazz and I have known each other since the days of our youth.
Man, he really got around as a kid.
Social positions, but he has always been someone I could confide in and speak openly to.
Really? I didn't know that. But then, why is Jazz living in Forte instead of here?
Are you familiar with Mount Rock? It's a mountain rich in ore located on the Forte border.
I know all about it. Thanks to all the digging Forte's been doing out there, Go Forest is in big trouble.
Jazz is originally from that area, and through its history, Forte has always maintained very strict control over that place. Oppressively strict. Many people have opposed their cruel treatment of the miners, as well as their utter disregard for the delicate ecology of the mountain.
Yeah, super obscure reference, Halo Killer.
Unlike me, Jazz was always a passionate leader. Since we were young, he's always had a talent for making decisions and taking action. So, to be honest, when I heard he had taken part in a revolt of the Forte miners, well, knowing him, I can't say it came as much of a surprise at all.
So what happened in the revolt?
Forte's forces showed the miners no mercy. Much blood was spilled. By the time Baroque intervened, it was over. After that, Jazz never returned to Baroque. He founded Andantino to continue his fight against Forte.
I love that Beat is trying to understand this all,
That's
and he's
why
like
you agreed
8.
to cooperate with them.
Even though I shared his feelings when we were younger, there was nothing I could do then to help his cause. But now, I owed it to him to offer my support, especially since we're both trying to accomplish the same goal. Believe me, even though I can no longer support Jazz directly, I haven't forsaken that bond of friendship. With Serenade's help, I'm hoping to find a peaceful means for both our countries to live happily side by side.
Frederick, I believe Prince Crescendo. I think what he's trying to do makes a lot of sense.
You believe everyone, Polka.
Yes. Now that you've explained it, I can also understand your point of view. We'll make certain to convey your feelings to Jazz.
Oh, I didn't expect Frederick to
Great!
flip.
Then we can get going. I bet Reto and the others are all looking for us anyway. If we can get back to Retardando somehow, I'm sure we can find Jazz and everyone else.
All right. Then let's return to Retardando. If Allegretto and the others are all right, I expect they are on the way there as well.
Why would they go there?
I wonder if March is holding out okay. She's hopeless without me around.
Okay. Lot to unpack there. So, it still doesn't make sense how Jazz and Crescendo would have been childhood friends. And I don't know if I'm like supposed to doubt that and that's going to come back later, or if I just shouldn't read too much into it. Because like if he's a prince, he's been a prince his whole life. He was a prince when he was a little kid. So why would he have been hanging out with another kid who was not highborn, especially if he was from a different nation that's potentially a like rival or, you know, enemy? Like what was he doing hanging out around the border at Mount Rock? I don't know. I'm probably just not supposed to read into that too much, but I couldn't help it. So Jazz is a lifelong revolutionary and leader. That's what we learned there. And they have a history together. It's probably all we were supposed to glean from that. So basically, they thought they were going to be able to assassinate Count Waltz. The plot failed because of what we witnessed with Claves. And now we have to go back to Jazz and basically tell him stop trying to assassinate Waltz, even though it doesn't seem like he's going to continue that effort. We didn't really get the impression that he was going to give it another shot. And we're supposed to go back to Retardando, but I don't know why we would go there. I mean, it's where Beat and Greto are from, but why would they why would they go there? Why are we assuming that the other half of our party would be headed there as well? I don't understand that. We got a bunch of information about Frederick there too. So to fill in anybody that doesn't know what's going on with Frederick is supposed to be Frederick Chopin, the real life composer, and he is currently on his deathbed in Paris and having this video game as a dream. That's the setup for this game. He's having like, you know, dreams of delirium, and, you know, like, I don't know what else you want to call it, you know, like as he's like heavily medicated and basically fading away. He's in this like dream world, and he's aware of it. So like he's told Polka and the other characters we're traveling with, hey, none of this is real. I'm just a real person. I'm having a dream. None of y'all are real. And obviously everybody was like, this guy's crazy. But for some reason they were just like, whatever, we'll just keep traveling with him. Now Polka believes him for some reason, and there seems to be a deeper connection between the two of them, because she is like an allegory for his sister, his real life sister. And then Frederick has also decided, I want to keep following the threads of this dream because I need to prove to myself that it's actually not real, because it seems so real as I'm experiencing it. So he's had some very kind of like holier than thou moments where he like is a little bit condescending to the other characters, because he's basically like the master of the game, you know, or like the stakes are lower for him than everybody else, you know, because to him none of this is real. So he was very like empirical, kind of, when he spoke to the prince there, even though like in the context of the dream world it doesn't make sense because he's just a regular guy and this guy's a, you know, really important leader. So that's why that happened that way. But what was I thinking? It was interesting how Frederick was I'm losing it. He said something about okay. He was talking about like the nature of war, and I'm assuming that was a reference to the fact that he has lived through real life wars. You know, in that last story bit, the historical bit, we heard about him, you know, fleeing Poland because there was a war going on, and then he was in Vienna and in Paris, you know, because he was hiding out from the war because he had become this like famous composer and it wasn't safe for him there or whatever, and he was struggling with that. So like he's firsthand seen like, you know, what war does to a place, and so he was bringing that commentary into this situation with Baroque and Forte. Okay, I need to run an ad and I need to use the restroom, so we're gonna run a 3-minute pre-roll killer here so that we have no more pre-rolls for another hour, so that new people coming in don't get slapped in the face with a big wall of ads. If you get hit with an ad, I appreciate you sitting through it, but you're not going to miss any gameplay. I will be back in 3 minutes. Thank you all for being here. All right, we are back. Thank you for allowing me to take that quick break. And if you got hit with any ads, thank you for enduring them. We are back. Remember, this started because they wanted to lower taxes. Yeah, things have gone quite awry since then, haven't they, Halo Killer? Okay, any additional dialogue for us?
Please be careful. Itterashai.
You're the only people I could ask to do this. You have my deepest gratitude. I love that we're the only people he could ask to do this, but we're just some random people that he happened to pick up on a boat.
Wow, all these books look hard to read. I wonder if Prince Crescendo's read all of these.
I bet he hasn't, Polka. But I'm sure if he told you that he had, you'd believe him. Because you're so nice. Oh, look at this office. This is so cool. The lighting is incredible.
What a beautiful clock. It looks like it's made of emerald. Something's moving with the pendulum.
Yo, a score piece! Okay, so these are, like, pretty hidden sometimes. Alright, we gotta go back and talk to these two people. And see if they work. See if we can get a rank A. Because if you get a rank A, we've only gotten a rank A one time. Oh, something's happening.
All right then, let's get moving.
Huh?
Come on, Beat, we're gonna leave you behind if you don't pick up the pace.
What is this friggin' Looney Tunes moment?
Salsa, are you okay? Oh man, that hurt!
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Maybe it's because you have a giant bucket on your head.
What the heck? What's with the gigantic mirror?
Oh, this? It's one of Baroque's royal treasures, passed down through the generations.
Why does he sound like Danny Trejo?
What is all this commotion about? Oh my, what have we here? What exactly were you planning on doing with this huge mirror?
Oh, Princess Serenade! Well, you see,
This mirror was one of my grandfather's most precious possessions. It's called Lament. I requested that it be moved up to my chamber. I'm told my grandfather would often stand before this mirror to think, pondering what the future might hold for our country. In his day, Baroque was surrounded by much stronger nations. The responsibility of protecting Baroque must have been an overwhelming burden.
Prince Crescendo.
Come on, don't tell me you don't know what that thing is. Mirrors are shiny things that show your reflection.
Work.
Silly dog. Nothing's gonna come out of there no matter how much you bark.
Oh.
No.
Oh God.
Minuet!
Oh God.
She got flattened.
Oh boy.
Huh? What the?
But she was...
She disappeared.
What could have happened?
The blinding flash of light we saw.
Wasn't expecting
Can't
that.
be.
Prince Crescendo, do you know something that could explain this?
How could it be possible?
Oh no. Now we're inside the video game. We just went one layer deeper in Inception.
Where am I?
Okay, that's further evidence that we're going to be able to retrace our steps with the score pieces. Because there's no way we could have got that score piece without triggering that cutscene and being able to go... Whoa. Look at these cracked pieces of sky. Okay, this is like Kingdom Hearts all of a sudden. Okay. We are inside of a mirror. Sure. So actually kind of reminds me of that one area from Sea of Stars. I forget what it was called, but it was that like training realm in the clouds. Would have been funny if it just takes you to the real world. Yeah, we just land in Paris and there's like cars and guns and... Look at this little guy. Look at him. He's just a round boy in his little airship. And he's just dragging his anchor around. Look at him. He's having so much fun. There's a little house on it. Are you an enemy? I don't want to hurt you. I just want a closer look.
I know we can do it.
Look at this guy. I'm so sorry.
Good.
Oh no, he's running away. He's pooping out stars. Okay, he's strong. He's literally pooping stars onto him. He's adorable though. He's kind of like Pete from Yoshi's Island mixed with Kirby. Man, that is hard timing. Okay, they don't have that much HP though. And that regen is so nice. We could use another one of those. Too early. Way too early. Oh no, his little squeaks. I'm sorry, buddy. Thanks for the cookie. Yeah, and we're just Polka right now, yeah. So we got separated from our friendos. This environment is wild. So now we're like in a true dream world within a ambiguous dream world. Alright, I was trying to see, could I go to the right over here? Or no? Okay, no. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Ooh, that was a nice little sharp 11 chord there. Alright, I don't want to fight you. Oh, that one's just like in midair. That's really wild. Walking right through that. Floral extract. Yeah, a little bit of Inception vibes here, for sure. Didn't Inception have like a cracking thing too? This was like 1 year before that though. I remember Inception was 2008. Are you gonna let me through there or no? All right, well we'll do the back attack.
I know we can do it.
Sorry, little buddy.
Good.
You got a little party. It's like a little cuckoo clock on his back. Oh, how did I got another turn? Wait, what? What happened there? That was weird. Frickin' Looney Tunes sounds. Boo! That's probably about what I would say in that situation. Okay. That is the most precious little boy I have ever seen. Look how much fun he's having. Oh, dang it. I was going to try to take a little family photo with him. Can you face the camera again, little guy? Can you look this way? Give us a smile. Gotta get my screenshot button ready. Okay, I'm ready. Come on. Whatever. I'll just look up an image of it later. Elegant clothes. Didn't we buy those like a really long time ago and they're totally outdated now? Oh no, it was just the most recent one. Well, we got another guy blocking our way here.
Can do it.
Who's we? You don't even know where you are right now. The confidence is crazy.
Good.
At least we have some manageable light and dark in this area.
Good.
Too late. Too late again. Shooting boba at me. Okay, that was too early. I didn't want to be too late again.
Shade Comet! Good!
Ah, just a little too late.
Orange Glow! Good!
Okay. You're thinking a lot of this music reminded you of Baten Kaitos? Yeah, Motoi Sakuraba. Mm-hmm. Super, super awesome composer. Very talented. Very much a chameleon. Can wear so many different hats. Can play so many different styles. Really, really talented. Oh, what a big mirror. It looks like I could just step right inside. Have you completely forgotten how you got here? Whoa. First Eve New Moon? What the heck does that mean? Huh? Oh, Crescendo's here.
To think that even now he makes ready to invade my lands.
Prince Crescendo.
Polka. Take a look at this. To think that even now he makes ready to invade my lands. Forte has grown in strength at such an astounding speed. The power he's acquired has put him on equal footing with Baroque. If it should come to war between us, it would be a clash that would threaten the very existence of both our nations.
Prince Crescendo, what is this?
I can't be sure, but...
And where are we?
It seems we've somehow been pulled inside the mirror.
What?
Do you remember that light that came from the mirror? There's a legend about the royal mirror. That it has the ability to hide those who stand before it.
It can hide people?
Yes.
He's like, gosh, he's not getting it.
However, until now, I thought it was nothing more than an old wives' tale.
Oh, sure, it's always the women making stuff up.
But considering what's happened, it would appear that the legend is true.
I wonder if we'll ever be able to get out of here.
The legend also says that those pulled behind the mirror's glass are trapped there forever.
And she, oh. He like says that as she's saying it and they didn't hear each other.
Oh, excuse me, I don't want to scare you. That was just a part of the legend. Serenade and the others must be here somewhere. Let's keep moving. I'm sure we'll find some kind of an exit eventually. It is a game, after all.
Shiny! Who's buffing these floors? What if there's a guy over in the corner just... Welcome to the mirror! I'll be done a little bit, don't mind me. Can we backtrack? No, there's no going back. Oh my god, this is literally Kingdom Hearts. Look! Look at this place. What is happening? What is happening to my video game? I mean, I get that we've opened the door to whimsy. But we've taken kind of a left turn here. How is this going to come back around? Like, how is this going to be relevant in some way? Oh, she's not here.
But I'm sure we saw her.
There's more little blimpy boys. No, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. This piano is nice, though. An angel trumpet. So is Crescendo in my party now? Ooh, look at this handsome fellow. He uses a mace. Oh, and he's got some proper armor. Galactic Nebula and Crystal Judgment. Whoa. 8 hits. Dang. 29 years old. Alright, is this guy gonna move away from that spot? Okay, good. I'm sure to be less time consuming to fight with 2 people, and I do want to see what Crescendo is like, but I'm still gonna try to avoid as many as I can, because I'm sure there will be some that we can't avoid. Look at that little guy. I just want to be his friend. I don't want to fight him. Oh, there's a different enemy up there. Another chest. Oh, there's one over there. Way over there to the left.
A dewdrop umbrella. Who could that be for? An umbrella that closes at night and opens at dawn. The sparkling dew promises a beautiful day. Wasn't that nice?
Ooh, that was a good back pop. Alright, what is this little guy? We'll fight this guy. Since we haven't seen it before. Oh, I instantly regret this. How is this a back attack? Oh no, it's gonna be another enemy that makes horrible sounds. I hope Crescendo is just absurdly strong.
Crystal Judgment! Isn't that enough?
God, he sounds just like Kratos. That's so great. Oh my lord!
Orange glow. Good.
Crystal Judgment!
Oh, he's got like a little shield. There was this one duck enemy early on in the game that made some very questionable sounds when you damaged it.
Galactic Nebula! This game is...
This guy is making some very similar sounds. It's not quite as uncomfortable. There it is. That's the noise.
This game is over.
Yay, we have Kratos in our party.
Thanks.
Have a good lurk, Ferric. I hate these noises so much. Man, this guy's good at blocking, though.
Galactic Nebula!
He's like a fortress.
This game is over.
I keep thinking he's gonna say, "This game is finished," like the freaking brain warp guy. This perspective is really weird. This kind of has Last Story vibes too. Dang it.
You gutless coward!
I turned away at the last second again. It's the worst habit. God, I still don't have the timing for that one down. Too early again.
Galactic Nebula! This game...
He just doesn't finish saying it. Holy crap, dude. Take it easy.
Crystal Judgment! You should have retreated.
Ken Clark is so cool. Oh no! No! I need to heal.
Galactic Nebula!
I was standing in his shadow. We just got owned by the shadow, and now she's gonna die. Okay, good. Thank God he's attacking Crescendo. Dang it. God, I hate how much mashing is punished in this game. Finally got it. That one is so tricky.
Orange glow.
Thank you.
Good.
You're welcome. God, his range is so short.
Is everyone all right?
All this just because I'm trying to see which way is like the wrong way, because there's probably another chest. And I think I need to go back. You're a big fan of this one, Dickory? It is a cool vibe. I just was not prepared for it. It's weird, like for a game that's so whimsical, we've had pretty grounded environments. Like, we haven't had anything like supernatural like this before. I hope this doesn't last for too long, because I'm usually not a fan of when stuff goes this direction. Oh, this is the right way to go. Okay. So maybe there's another chest back over that way. But here's this one that we saw from a distance. Stone of the Spring. What the heck is that? Temporarily recover 2200 HP at the beginning of turn. Break it apart to enjoy the water from a magical spring. Huh. So that is the same symbol as the presumably rare item that we got from the only time that we got a rank A on one of the score pieces. So maybe that means that that's also a rare-ish item. That's my assumption. Alright, we gotta go all the way back over to this lower direction. Because I gotta assume there's one more chest. I'm gonna try the best I can to avoid battles. This is gonna be a tough one to dodge. Alright, well, at least we're facing him.
Is this the only way?
I'm afraid so, my guy.
Crystal Judgment! Isn't that enough?
Nice. Nice. God, our character's range is so short. It's really rough. It is funny that this thing is called Petite Fatty. When you said that in chat earlier, I just thought you were just coming up with that yourself, and I just now noticed it.
Shade Comet! Good!
Galactic Nebula!
Okay.
For Baroque!
Not too bad. For Baroque. Yeah, he's still invoking the name of his home nation, even though he doesn't even know if he's going to be able to get back there ever again. How far does this go? Off the beaten path. Does this loop back around in some way? Oh, there's a chest over there. Okay, that looks like our dead end. This better be good. This better be worth it. A Hoplon shield. Is that an accessory? It is. It is specifically for Crescendo. Okay. Interesting. Now, there was a block that went by over here. It's pretty unlikely that we're going to be able to get onto that, but I kind of want to see. So I'm going to keep my distance until it comes by again. No. No. Absolutely not. You just keep flying in your little thing. Your little dirigible. Oh, we missed it. Okay, we're gonna wait for it again. Just enjoy the piano. Oh, we might be onto something here, actually. Because it came back down instead of going in the same direction. Oh, but it didn't go low enough. That's weird. Does it have two different routes? Because the first time it came from the bottom. Did it not? Okay. Alright. I feel like I'm being gaslit by that block right now, but we'll move on. There was one other section where it looked like I might be able to do a timed jump onto a moving block. So I'm gonna go check that out. It's a nice chord. This doesn't look like it goes anywhere, but if you were able to jump onto a block, you would think you'd be able to jump onto this one. I guess I can just experiment here. Look at me skating. Look at me go. Poco's got the moves. Nope, okay. I think it's just eye candy. But wanted to be sure. And that's this way, right? Oh, no, I went too far. There it is. Oh, you can see it back there. I didn't even realize that. I was not properly oriented. Nope, 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 nope. Ooh, that was a close one. Okay. All right. Second Eve, Crescent Moon. Okay, so here's Serenade, staring at a portrait. Serenade, are you all right? Prosperity built on a foundation of sacrifice cannot last forever. You simply refuse to understand. It will take much more money and more land to truly satisfy the people. Prince Crescendo. This portrait. Then you think so as well? Yes. Huh? Do you know what all this means? Long ago, in the days when my grandfather ruled this nation, a war broke out between Baroque and Forte. In those days, Forte saw the expansion of its borders as the only means of strengthening itself as a nation. I think this portrait portrays the tensions that came to a head between the two countries. I also believe that these men were the leaders of Baroque and of Forte at that time. However, if that is the case, what on earth are the previous king of Baroque and the former lord of Forte doing inside this mirror? After all, if the legend regarding the royal mirror is true, would that not mean that the two of them had somehow been pulled inside the mirror and trapped? But that cannot be what happened. I have never heard anything about a previous king disappearing into a mirror. So then what could all this be? If we attack them head-on right now, neither side will emerge unscathed. The royal family is sworn to the protection of this land. No one with the training of a knight would allow such a reckless maneuver. How will all of this end? The snow that encases our pride will be stained red, then melt into a river of blood that will traverse this whole nation. No dawn will greet that bloodied jewel. It shall tumble ever downward into hell's gaping maw. Prosperity built on a foundation of sacrifice cannot last forever. You simply refuse to understand. It will take much more money and more land to truly satisfy the people. When prosperity is ours, none shall know want due to lack of food or rest, nor will anyone have cause to fear a morning of darkness. The people need only prepare themselves for the bright future that awaits them. And I will build the golden road that leads us there. Okay, so we got the first two quotes again with, like, more context. Perhaps what we're seeing is a depiction of their thoughts. The objectives of the two leaders at that time, imprisoned inside the mirror. History tells us that this struggle ended in victory for Baroque, bringing a temporary end to the ambitions of Forte. Perhaps there's more we can see. Let's keep moving forward. Okay. Is Serenade in my party now? Ooh. Okay. She's 23 and he's 29. How do we feel about that age gap, chat? Certainly could be worse for betrothed royals, but... Oh, she's got a dark healing spell. Infinite range. Awesome. It's about time we had a decent heal. Polka's good, but hard to use. Oh. Minuet. And he's gone. Mirror's Maze. Oh, great. A maze. Love a maze. I actually wouldn't mind a maze if there's enemies in it. Oh my god, it's a fun house. This is wild. And there are enemies. Doesn't look like we can go the wrong way, though. Oh, okay, now we have two choices. We can kind of look ahead. I see, so it's a bunch of one-way doors. Stone of the Spring. What does that do? Another rare item icon, or what we assume to be rare item. Oh, that's the same one that we found before. Okay. I had already forgotten. Alright, now we go left. They wouldn't, like, do us dirty with one that looks like you can't go through and you can, right? This is back the way we came. Oh, wow, he just let me off the hook there. That was nice. Okay. I just want to make sure I don't miss any items, so we're going to have to retrace our steps a couple times here. Could be a score piece in here, you know? You never know. So we're going to go this way this time. And there's a chest. Floral extracts. No, no, no. Oh, ran right into him. Couldn't see him. Guy came out of nowhere.
Is this the only way?
At least we have 3 characters now. Oh, he's making that horrible
You should
noise.
have retreated.
L'énergie du vent. Oh, she got that French vibe going. I hate that sound so much. Yay!
Well, we made it through.
Why does he throw his scepter down like that? It's not a sword, dude. Okay. I'm glad that empty chest stays there. It really helps me orient myself. Okay. So we go this way. This way. This way. And this way. New territory. Okay. I'm gonna guess the left is the way we're going to want to go first. That looks like the way out. Another chest. Goddess Bouquet. That's worth it. Oh, nice. We didn't have to go all the way back. Yay! The third Eve, the half moon. Okay, so is Beat gonna be in here? Yep, here he is. Hi, Beat.
Ah, Polka! Beat, I'm so glad you're all right. Yeah, I was carried away by this really big wind, and when I came to, I was here. And there's no doors in this room, so I was getting kind of worried. Man, am I glad you all showed up. Hey, wait, where are Salsa and Frederick? I suppose they were carried off someplace the same way you were, Beat. Well, we've got to go find them. I bet Salsa's so worried by now that she's crying like a little baby. But how are we going to get out of this room?
Everyone, look at this. It's the tide of oncoming war. Is the tide of oncoming war as unstoppable as the flow of the great Fusion River? Can nothing be done? Are the lives of others truly so precious to you? Are you really so self-important? To make a request like that with no thought of shame. This is nothing less than an entreaty from the king of a proud nation of tradition. This is very non sequitur. Well then, I have an idea. If you cannot stop your heart from trembling in the winds of cowardice, then hand over lament to me. Oh, it's a little meta. Bring me that royal treasure unparalleled in excellence, the very symbol of beauty. If you do, I will lay down my arms. He's got little long, narrow beds high up for his arms. He lays them down. Some little assistant comes along and puts long, skinny blankets over them. It's like 9 sheets of toilet paper. Tucks them in. Whoa, it opened! Goodbye, shiny room number 4. Oh, we're upside down. We're upside down? But how? Huh? Doggy. Oh, this is not good. And there's enemies here? You're gonna hit me with the fixed camera too? Oh my god, dude. It's like Mario Galaxy all over again. It's gonna be very... Oh wait, I have Beat in my party. I want to put Beat in my party. Instead of Crescendo. So I have some range. Yo, what's up, Beatus? How you doing? Yeah, this is very trippy. Oh no, not a crab!
No one told me about this!
And of course, because I can't see what the heck I'm doing, it's a back attack.
My resolve will never waver.
It's a very strong crab.
Kind of prickly, huh?
Shake coming! Good! My resolve will never waver.
I love that Beat just giggles when he gets healed. Like it's tickling him a little bit or something.
Kind of prickly, huh?
Shake coming! Good!
Ow. Try to poison me. Dick.
My resolve will never waver.
It's really nice to end every one of her turns with a true heal.
Were you impressed?
Pow, biff, bam. Yeah, we could use some, like, comic callouts. Maybe a Zoc. Dude, this sucks. This really sucks. Obviously, the effect is, you know, very, apparent. But... okay, at least it's not a back attack. Oh my god, is this a little variant of our friend with a little pilot hat on?
Will you not understand?
It is. Oh my god, and he's got little goggles too.
That was a piece of cake.
Okay. Whew, okay. Thank God. Well, these guys are regular, even though the overworld sprite. Oh, maybe they just change in the light and dark, I bet.
My resolve will never waver.
How was that?
Shake coming! Good!
A little late. Too early. Nice. Got some splash damage on the Scorpion. That's what I was excited about.
My resolve will never waver.
I keep thinking I should like take a picture of some of these guys because we might not come back to this area, and maybe they're like worth a lot. But we haven't been to a shop in such a long time, and we have a lot of money, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much. The more that we've played this, it doesn't seem like taking pictures is gonna be a super important way to make money.
Shall we go then?
That could change later.
I'm gonna be stronger than anybody.
I'm sure it's probably one of, if not the best way to make money. But until we get to some kind of like late game point where we can either like farm photos or we see some like far off amazing item that's super duper expensive that we know we need to grind money for somehow, I'm not going to be super motivated. Alright, I hope we can get to the end of this segment before we end for the night. Hopefully we're getting close. I hope we don't spend like a whole chapter inside this mirror. The gibbous moon! I love the word gibbous. Okay, good, they're both here. We don't have to do this 2 more times. Salsa and Frederick are together.
I feel so weak.
Well, of course you do. Who wouldn't after crying out, "I'm hungry," over and over as many times as you have?
Why won't you magic up a steak for me? You should be able to make one up in a flash with those magic powers of yours.
Excuse me, but magic is not a tool of convenience. And if it could be used for such things, our first thoughts would be of all the children going hungry in the towns.
Wow, what a hero.
Besides, getting upset won't solve anything. We have to keep calm and decide what we're going to do.
Well, I am gonna starve.
Oh my god, Salsa.
Frederick, Salsa. You found us. We're saved.
Yes, saved in more ways than one, I should say.
Nice.
Huh?
Never mind, it's nothing. I'm very interested in the person depicted in this picture. They seem to be wrestling with some difficult decision.
Oh, there's a third person.
Give him our royal treasure? How dare he speak so to the sovereign of this mighty nation, and making such exorbitant demands? King, hear me, O wise king. This is a blatant affront to our proud nation. To relinquish the mirror would be to tarnish the good name of the valiant knights of Baroque. Now is not the time to be led astray by the talk of fools. Be guided instead by the light of your knightly spirit. They await your orders, my liege. At your command, the young and old, men and women alike, even the beasts will rise up proudly to smite our enemies. So the nation moves ever closer towards war. Pride, the name we give to that precious treasure which those who came before us cultivated with such care. A treasure that perhaps lives within the heart of every man. Or do we choose the treasure of life, which burns within the breast of every man? A treasure like no other.
This is all very non sequitur. Like, I get that we're getting some history on Baroque, and specifically the, the seeds of the resentment between Forte and Baroque. But for this lore backdrop to be delivered in this way is really strange. So I hope they can find a way to kind of like tie it all together. What is going on here? Where am I supposed to go? Like, is this mirror gonna become part of the larger plot? That was really dumb.
Prince Crescendo.
Yeah, we get it. You love him.
L'énergie du vent.
Whatever. Look at him. He's got a little pipe in his mouth, too.
Orange glow.
She must be too far away. Dang it, got me with the boba bombs. So yeah, healing in this game is weird. If you have a single target healing spell, you don't get to choose who it's used on. It's actually the same with items too. You don't get to choose who you're using an item on if it's for a single target. It's like a, I guess like a really simple gambit system that you can't control. Like if you have a character that's dead, obviously it's only going to use the revive item on the character who's dead. But if you have two characters that are dead... Oh, I didn't realize this was a ramp. If you have two characters that are dead, I don't know how it decides which one gets revived first. Is it proximity? Is it based on max HP? And then like healing spells, if you've got all three of your characters missing health, it seems like it favors the character that has the less amount of health, but only if they're within range. Oh, we've got all our characters back too. So we should probably make some changes. We did just get a new staff for Serenade. Did we not? Oh, maybe that was a mace. Yeah. The Rochon. Short spear made on an island nation in the east. Highly adaptable. It's supposed to be a spear? Looks like a little baby's rattle to me. Let's see. I kind of want to take Polka out for Salsa, I think. I don't know. Yeah. I like Salsa's techniques more. She does more damage than Polka. And since we have a superior heal in Serenade, that's what I'd rather do. Oh, I do not want to fight this guy. Okay. Of course you're guarding a chest. Yeah, come over here. Get all enticed. Yep. Nice. Alright, and then we got a staff for Serenade. The Ares staff. The War God's Eye. They have such fun descriptions for these equipment items. This guy's like Kirby mixed with Sid from FF4.
Come on,
it's pretty incredible.
Forgive me.
That was so much damage.
Solar flare.
Holy crap. That was like 20,000 damage in one combo. Good lord, Serenade.
That was a piece of cake.
Take it easy on him. He's just a cute little puffball boy. He wasn't ready for all that. My goodness. She let him have it. He wasn't ready for all that. Alright, Saint's Vestment. I'm gonna guess that's for Crescendo. Oh no, it's not even the right icon. Oh, okay, it's for... Haha. Can Salsa wear it? What is this? Oh, when did we get this? What is... Stop? Wait. Does it inflict me with stop, and that's like the trade-off for having such high defense? I bet it is. Did we just like... Oh, I think we got that from defeating the pirate lady. What was her name? Rondo? No, Rondo was the name of the person, was the Valkyrie who came for Claves. Dulce. Dulce was the pirate lady. Alright, Saint's Vestment for you. Oh yeah, who's got accessories right now? Take that. That's exclusive to him. And then let's give her the recovery gloves. We can save an item. She'll just heal herself. More quickly. More quick like. Quick as you like. Whoa. Excuse me, Mr. Scorpion Man. Whoa. What's down there? Again, trying to tell which is the required path and which is the, you know, chest path. Oh, we're giving him the shake and bake. Polka's too good. She's breaking ankles out here. It's fun how many different party members there are.
I'm ready to go. All I have to do is let loose. I'm quite serious indeed.
That attack is insane. I can't believe how much damage it does. Also, we don't really know if this game has, like, guest party members. Like, are these guest party members that we won't get to use a lot? Or is they're just an ensemble cast in this game? Because these are this is like the 10th party member that we've gotten.
Is everyone unharmed?
Yeah, we're still here, Gad. We're still going. I'm trying to get to the end of this area before we close it out for the night. It seems like we should be pretty close to that, but hard to say. Just don't want to end in this area, you know? Alright, this is looking like the required path now. Let's back up. I definitely am going to be sad if revisiting areas isn't a thing in this game. That'll be quite a deflating moment. It won't stop me from liking the game and thinking highly of it, but it will definitely cost it a few points. Oh, I got stuck on that edge.
You're so tall, it's annoying.
Too real.
My resolve will never waver.
Why is Salsa the best?
Don't look down on me.
Dang, beat. That was a lot of damage, too. Ah, that was a little bit too early.
My resolve will never waver.
Serenade is OP, man. She's doing so much damage. And then she has an infinite range AoE heal. She's screaming guest character right now. She's screaming OP guest character that don't get used to it. Just 1100 damage with every regular attack. And she's, you know, at the same level as everybody else. She could whip her fiance's butt, that much we know. He was not very good. Alright, there must be a chest down here, so... see if I can get down here unscathed. No, no, no. Woo! Perfect. Oh, he's coming. Oh, he saw me from a mile away. We weren't getting around him.
Come on, let's fight.
We went free safety on this. That's such a wild transformation. Oh, I did not realize it was in the dark.
My
Okay.
resolve will never waver. Solar flare! That should wake you up.
Whew, barely got that one. Wait, did I miss that?
Forgive me.
20k damage. No big deal.
That worked great.
She's so strong, dude. She's like by far the best character. Just a free infinite range AoE heal and then more damage than like Greta.
Great.
Crazy. Where does your power come from, princess? And this path is long too. But it is for a chest. Okay, we went the right way. Polka's new costume? What? Costumes has been added to the main menu? It is now possible to change a character's costume? Search for other costumes while traveling throughout the world? Hello? It's Rogue Galaxy now. Amazing. Costumes. Is this like a secret if you don't find it? March 22 is the new Halloween. Oh, look at that! Oh, and it shows you that there's more. I wonder if that means that there's only one more to find? Or if that's just the next one. You know? That's so cool. Because yeah, for Greta, it's only showing 2. So maybe that's just the next one in line. And it's just for these 3 characters? Not everybody? That's so cool. Wait, did that not stick? Okay, select. There we go. Oh, and it reflects on the overworld. That's so cool! I love that. Reminds me so much of Rogue Galaxy. Rogue Galaxy's equipment system, you basically... You had a weapon, a sub-weapon, and an armor. And the armor was like, you got to choose like what you were resistant to. You know, like a certain element or a status.
You horse face!
Or did you want to have like some kind of buff or whatever? And there was no cosmetics to those armor pieces whatsoever. And then instead, you had outfits that were completely optional and had no effect on your stats whatsoever. And there's only like, you know, 3 or 4 of them or whatever for each character. Or maybe like everybody had 3 and some characters had 4 or something like that. Wow, Salsa just got eviscerated because we failed to block.
Is this really
26,000 damage. Serenade is so busted. Oh no, 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 no. No, no, no. No, not the grabbies. No crabby grabbies, please. And thank you. Alright, let's hit Salsa with a cookie. Alright, I need to get by these guys. I don't want any more fights. We're so spoiled, like, going to get all these chests with rando encounter would be such a nightmare. And we have these, like, fully manageable, visible encounters. And we're still just being like, oh, I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to run around and try to dodge. Why's there gotta be enemies? Why can't I just walk? Alright, can I get you to go left? There we go. That'll work. Oh, oh, we spun around on me. Heard me coming. No. No. There we go. Alright, ducky guy. Oh, perfect. I'm gonna eat such a big snack after stream. You guys don't even know. You guys don't even know. It's gonna be like freaking snack-pocalypse up in here. That pantry doesn't know what's coming. Let's see here. How are we gonna do this? Yeah. Squeezed in there. Another chest. A snow puff cookie. That's a new one. What does that do? 5,000 HP. A crunchy cookie that melts in the mouth. Save point. Does this mean a boss? I really don't want to have to fight a boss to get out of here, but it'd be pretty un-RPG, I suppose. Alright, let me out of here. I want to leave the mirror. I want to go home. The 5th eve, the full moon. Alright, this has got to be the last one. Since the days of old, it has been said that spirits reside in all things that endure the passing of the seasons. Has that been said? Again, so many non sequiturs here. Mirror, I put it to you. Should I leave the royal house and march toward my enemy's lands? To a future where the royal family honor is defiled? That should be a question mark. Dab my forehead here for a sec. Very shiny. Or instead, should I rally the people beneath my banner and spill the blood of the thousands in bitter conflict, bringing forth cries of agony, pain, and hatred? Tell me, mirror, now! Oh god. Glass shards flying at us. Not good. Oh, this is looking pretty bossy. It's a daemon. Oh lord. It's like a chipmunk minotaur? Alright, well I feel pretty unstoppable with Serenade on my team.
Prince Crescendo!
He's not even here. And you're also way stronger than him, so... Okay, so Beat is going to be entirely ranged. I didn't re-equip any of my items though, so we may have to restart for that. Oh my god, yes. So much damage. Alright, Beat is just going to hang out back here. Oh, he's doing incredible damage too. Holy moly. Oh, this guy is so strong. Okay, so healing is going to be very difficult. Oh boy. Okay, so this guy's thing is that he is a glass cannon, I guess. And we have to outpace him with damage. Alright, so get away, Beat. Somehow I'm going to have to get Serenade in the dark here to do a heal. Wait, I was in the dark. What the heck? That was perfect. Alright, well, we're dead now. He's already hunched over, though, so maybe he is like a really fast damage check. Or maybe that was just part of his animation. Yeah. There we go.
My resolve will never waver.
God, he is so strong. That is such a hard timing. I mean, with this damage that we're doing, I'm gonna try to beat him. But if we don't start blocking some of these attacks, it's definitely over. At the very least, we can practice some of the timings if we end up doing this fight again.
My resolve will never waver.
Yeah, the fact that we're talking about the difference between 400 or 500 damage and 4,000, like almost all of our health, is pretty nuts. So if I can keep getting these blocks consistently, I might be able to get caught up on health. And then I could start attacking with Serenade as well. By facing him.
My resolve will never waver.
Ow. Gotta be so careful about that. And then I gave him an AoE opportunity as well. Make sure we stay spread out. No, where's my shadow? No! Oh, this is bad. Alright. Yep, we're gonna have to do this again. It's all you, Beat. It's all you, buddy. Right in the back. We did not prepare for this battle. I didn't fully heal myself. I didn't equip any items. Even though they're completely depleted. I was just so anxious to get out of here. Even though every sign was showing boss. This attack is really easy to dodge, though, and he's been using it really consistently. He is at low health now. I'm just gonna ride it out, though. I'd rather not win a boss battle with one character. Although, our characters that aren't even in the party get experience, so maybe our dead characters are getting it too. There we go. Okay. That's fine. He is a special looking guy, isn't he? Time is it? 11:15? We can beat this. As long as there's not like a super long cutscene after this fight, I'm good. I'm fine. Okay. We just need to prepare a little bit more here. So we will have a little cookie time, get everybody's health up to max. There we go. I might swap Crescendo for Salsa. Just for... He's got so much HP. And he does do more damage than she does. So let's do that. And then... what accessories does Salsa have? None. Okay, perfect. And then we need to do our item set. We need 3 angel trumpets. And what else do we have here? Oh, we only have 1 club clover? Yeah, definitely another club clover. That's like our trouble item. And then I guess a star cookie. So these cookies keep getting better, but they only cost 1 point every time. That's pretty cool. I wonder if that's going to continue, or if they're eventually going to go up in cost. I'm also wondering what's going to happen the next time our battle system levels up. Because we'll get more points for items, possibly. I'm assuming this timer is going to start immediately, instead of giving us a few seconds to like look around before we move. But other than that, I'm not sure what to predict. But I feel like we're probably coming up on that pretty soon. That's probably going to be related to a more major story boss, I would think, though. This doesn't feel like a major story boss. This is like a filler boss. And I can't skip this because it's not a cutscene, so I have to just mash through this. So let's make this the one, shall we? Could probably skip this part, though, yeah. Okay. So this will be good for spread as well, because we'll have beat stay at range. And we'll bring Crescendo in close. And we'll bring Serenade in close to start as well. Starting with a heal is actually fine. Come way out here with beat. Fire Blast seems really good against this guy. And then come in close with Crescendo. Ah, it's just so nice to hear Cam Clark.
This game is over.
Ah, that one is the worst, man. Grennade's gonna stay back and heal here. Oh, I shouldn't have gone this way. Whoo! I can't believe I got that. I just guessed. But yeah, if you wait for the visual cue, it's too late. Gotta have some pretty crazy reaction time on that one.
You should have run.
So yeah, I guess his role, Crescendo's role is literally to just be a sponge. He doesn't do very much damage, but he has a lot of HP and he can take a lot of damage. Thank God he didn't target her again. Woo! I got it again. No! I mean, that's great damage, but we really needed to heal there. She's probably gonna die now. Let's get a trumpet ready. Beautiful beat. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll continue to aggro Crescendo.
You should have run.
Okay. He's doing the one that's easy to dodge, which is great. Ah, man, that one's hard to dodge. So yeah, you have to wait just a few frames when you switch from light to dark before your skills actually change. It is not the moment that you step in or out of the light. So I gotta start actually watching down below for it to visually change. That was bad. That was weird. Shuffled the turnover a little bit there. Okay, running to heal. Beautiful.
My resolve will never waver.
Oh, we're doing a bunch of damage all of a sudden. What the heck?
You should have run.
That was excellent. Alright, he's low health now. That's fine. I was actually wanting to attack this turn because we're ahead, but it's okay. We're in really good shape here. We definitely got this. Haven't used any revives yet. He's already low health. We're blasting. We're blasting. Why are you not hitting, dude? His range is pathetic.
You should have run.
Oh, that would have been bad to get hit by without blocking.
I'm quite serious indeed.
This is gonna hurt. Bye-bye.
Shall we go then?
Ooh, we got a chakram for Salsa. Shall we go then?
Stronger and stronger.
She's incredible.
I will protect Prince Crescendo.
Girl, you just do your thing, alright? He's fine. It's little doggy.
Minuet!
Minuet. This is a pretty cute name for a dog, actually. Oh no, he exploded. Oh, it changes their appearance in the cutscenes too. That's really cool. Yay, we're back in the real/not real world.
Hey, we did it! We made it back to our world again!
And now we smash the mirror.
Phew. For a minute there, I was actually getting pretty nervous.
Please, I can't believe that's all it takes to shake you up. You really need to toughen up, small fry.
Their rivalry is pretty funny,
What did
actually.
you say? What about you? You were practically bawling back there.
No way, me? I never cry. The only time I ever tear up is from the beauty of a perfect sunset.
Dumb.
War between Baroque and Forte. Maybe your grandfather, the king, was wrong about leaving such an important decision up to a mirror.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
The purpose of a mirror is to show us a reflection of ourselves.
Don't touch it again, you idiot!
Not only our outward appearance, but also
That's what got us in there.
It may seem as though he left the decision up to the spirit of the mirror. But in the end, I believe the choice was his own. My grandfather was searching for an answer within himself, and I believe that he found it. People face countless choices. Everything from what wine to have with dinner, to grave decisions that are matters of life and death. Every choice creates a path and determines what tomorrow will bring. But regardless, we cannot expect others to make those choices for us. After all, if left to others, there's no guarantee they'll make the right decision. And when that happens, who is it that will have to accept responsibility? The answer, of course, is ourselves.
I thought he was going to say me.
Would be willing to accept it. So, we all strive to live our lives to the fullest.
All right, you can stop touching the mirror now.
We can't allow ourselves to be led by others. We must take charge of our own destinies and decide our future.
I like how even his fiance is not listening to him wax.
The choice is the important thing. I, for one, don't want any regrets.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What did you say? I was looking at your dog.
Oh, time for another read. Little Dog Waltz. We didn't have any of these for 2 weeks, and today we've had 3 of them. In this piece, more popularly known as the Minute Waltz, or Minute Waltz, Chopin is said to have depicted George Sand's poodle puppy as it turned playfully... Oh, I didn't read fast enough. It was composed towards the end of 1846, 3 years prior to his death. By that time, the romance between Chopin and George Sand had cooled off considerably. In the following year, 1847, Chopin's relationship with Sand, which had lasted just over 9 years, came to an end. For Chopin, the loss of Sand also meant losing the comforts of Nohant. Chopin created many of his masterpieces in Nohant. It was a place that revived the memories of his homeland. However, in spite of the consequences, the separation was inevitable. The relationship had reached the point where it was beyond repair. When he parted with George Sand, Chopin also lost a place where he had worked on his compositions. The loss of both at once must have been a great emotional strain on Chopin. It's said that Sand suggested to Chopin that he compose a waltz about the silly little dog. This can't be proven for certain, but it remains an amusing story connected to the piece. However, judging from the time Chopin spent in Nohant and the nature of his relationship with Sand during this period, one can imagine that perhaps Chopin spent more time alone than with Sand and her family. In that sense, this piece offers a glimpse of Chopin's solitude during his final days at Nohant. And perhaps the story of its creation is more than mere fiction after all. Man, in the last one of those, the text moves so slow. And that one was really fast. It was cooking.
It looks like we'll have to cross over that mountain. It'll be pretty difficult with all the snow, but Redondo is in that direction.
Well, let's go. I'll bet Redo's at the hideout right now wondering when we're gonna show up.
Why would he go
No
there?
way do I want to get lost in those cold mountains. Oh, I really wish I was back in the Go-Go Forest.
Indeed. Let's be certain we're well prepared before setting out on this journey.
Okay, we're finally in control again. Awesome. So it looks like we've kind of got like a town that we can explore here. So that's what we'll start with next time. I just need to find a save point, and I need to catch up on some notes before everything that just happened leaks out of my brain into the ether. Look at this guy doing squats. Wow, there's a lot going on here. Well, I'm assuming I can go back into the castle. Oh, you just can't go up there. Okay. And I know my way around in here. I can find a save point. It might be a secret garden or something. So we can try our hand at... Here we go. We can try our hand at some of these score pieces again now, because we found another one. But we haven't been able to try it out. And we don't even know what it looks like yet, because we got sucked into the dang mirror. Okay, so let's get caught up on some notes here. Let's see. We got sucked into... Lament. Family... Heirloom mirror of Baroque. Saw apparitions / thoughts of previous king of Baroque and Lord of Forte, lore and backstory about long history of war and tension. But see, we didn't learn anything about ourselves in there. You know, we just got some backstory about these two long warring nations. That's what I didn't like about that. And why did it need to be, like, super existential? Anyways. And then, basically, Crescendo, reflects, on how his ancestors' situation parallels his own. How will he affect history? We must cross the snowy mountains to get to Retardando, to meet Greto and the others. Must explore Baroque first, parentheses, new score piece. Okay. And this is where we will stop for tonight, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out. To all of you lurking, anyone new, a special shout out to you. Appreciate y'all being here. And thanks for the new follows tonight. We're getting really close to 800, which is exciting. We are pushing for 1,000. Well, I guess I can't say pushing, but the current goal is to get 1,000 followers. If we hit 1,000 followers, I will be streaming Final Fantasy X-2 first playthrough for the first time. Which is a game I have been vehemently against for a very long time. My relationship with it has morphed over the years, but I really don't think I'm going to like it. But I think it would be fun to, kind of lampoon it a little bit and just watch the ridiculousness unfold.
I don't believe you.
And, you know, glean what we can from it, and then I'd finally be able to say that I've played it, you know, as a Final Fantasy fan. But anyways, that's going to be it for tonight. We're going to head out. I forgot to select a raid target. Let's see if I can do this on a shot clock. And I will see you next week for more of this. We'll be back on Friday with more Eternal Sonata. What's the name of this game? We're gonna raid B because that's easy. And then on Tuesday, more Metroid Other M. So you can look forward to more jank there. Oh, Halo Killer, I'm talking about Final Fantasy X-2. Final Fantasy X-2 first playthrough when we hit 1,000 followers. But anyway, we're gonna go say hi to B. Thank y'all again for being here. If it's your weekend, have a great weekend. If you're not there yet, stick to it. We believe in you. Keep pushing. And we'll see you in Discord and other cool chats in the meantime. Y'all have a good night.